Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 46-67. No one had expected this. Kang Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai came in a menacing manner, looking as if they wanted to kill Prince Qi Nan directly. In the end, after Prince Qi Nan's constant denial, the two of them actually gave up. Did they really believe that Prince Qi Nan did not murder Qi Xiaobai's mother? The surrounding dragon kings looked at each other. They had already taken sides and planned to stand up for Xiaobai. They had even come forward to accuse Prince Qi Nan. They did not expect Kang Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai to leave directly. Who could tell them what had happened? In reality, no one knew that after Kang Xinmu and Xiaobai left the mansion, they immediately used some means to hide themselves. Then, they returned to the mansion's plaza. However, this time, the two of them were hidden at the side. No one could discover them. They hid at the side and watched as everyone looked at each other. Since Prince Qi Nan did not admit to killing Xiaobai's mother, they could not forcefully make a move. They did not want others to say that the students of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Academy were too overbearing and tarnished the academy's reputation. Therefore, Kang Xinmu might as well leave with Xiaobai first and then come back in hiding. In such an environment, if Prince Qi Nan or someone beside him leaked the information, the other party would not be able to defend themselves if they appeared again. Of course, from the looks of it, the group of people before them were all stunned. They were not in the mood to think about anything else. They looked in the direction that Kang Xinmu and Xiaobai had left and fell into a daze. After a full hour, someone finally came back to his senses. They left? They had indeed left. Everyone had seen them leave with their own eyes. Many people subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief, especially Prince Qi Nan. He had nearly peed his pants from fright. He didn't expect Qi Xiaobai to suddenly come knocking on his door. He was almost killed. If Kang Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai had killed Prince Qi Nan, he could not do anything. He was no match for them in direct combat. Even if everyone else stood on his side, they would not be able to withstand the murderous intent of Kang Xinmu and Xiaobai. Fortunately, these two seemed to be a bit silly. Prince Qi Nan did not expect that his denial would save his life and allow Kang Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai to leave. Of course, they did not know Kang Xinmu's name, nor did they know Kang Xinmu's specific identity. Of course, they knew that Jiang Shenwu was definitely a student of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, but what was his relationship with Little White? They boldly guessed that he might be Xiaobai's man. Otherwise, why would he follow Xiaobai back to her hometown, Luohua Dragon Country, and even help Qi Xiaobai vent her anger? But this man was too strong. He was even much stronger than the thoughtless Dragon Emperor. How could a student of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy possess such terrifying power? This was a crushing power. Their Dragon Emperor country had no way of contending against the four great dragon and martial academies. This was something they had always understood, but now they were even more aware of it. Countless people in the surroundings glanced at each other, and no one spoke for a very long time. Then, Prince Qi Nan finally came back to his senses. He first coughed, startling everyone around him. "Everyone, what happened today must not be spread," Prince Qi Nan said in a deep voice. He was no longer scared witless like before. Instead, he looked like a prince and appeared rather wise and mighty. That scene just now was simply a humiliation to him. If word got out, how could he still be the Dragon Emperor of Luohua Dragon Country in the future? Therefore, he would not allow anyone to spread the news. There were a total of 10 people in the surroundings, including his 4 concubines and 5 Dragon King cultivators. Prince Qi Nan noted down their names. "If anyone outside finds out about what happened today, the 9 of you will be held accountable," Prince Qi Nan said casually. "Understood." The 9 people immediately bowed, indicating that they would not speak of the matter. However, the entire Luohua city already knew about what happened today. Two Dragon Emperor cultivators had arrived at Prince Qi Nan's residence, but what exactly happened in the residence? No one knew about this. As long as the 9 of them did not speak of the matter, Prince Qi Nan would not be considered a disgrace. Under such circumstances, Prince Qi Nan had just barely escaped with his life, but the first thing he cared about was his own reputation. This caused Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai, who were hiding at the side, to gasp in amazement. This guy's reputation was everything. However, Kong Xinmu was not hiding here to watch Prince Qi Nan's performance. Kong Xinmu did not make any sound or movement. He only silently chanted in his heart, "Hurry up and give the game away, hurry up and give the game away, give the game away." That way, he and Xiao Bai could kill their way out again. This time, they would directly behead Prince Qi Nan and end all troubles once and for all. "Everyone, come in." Prince Qi Nan saw that everyone respectfully obeyed and nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned around and walked towards the main hall of the residence. Everyone followed. However, they did not know that Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai had already entered the main hall before them. The Nightmare Ink Beast's ability allowed the 2 of them to hide. This group of Dragon King cultivators could not discover them at all. Currently, the Nightmare Ink Beast had yet to completely merge with Kong Xinmu, but Kong Xinmu already possessed more than 70% of the Nightmare Ink Beast's abilities. Whether it was their perception or their ability to hide, they already possessed 70% of the Nightmare Ink Beast's abilities. As long as they did not face an opponent that was too strong, no one would be able to discover their tracks if they hid. After everyone entered the main hall, someone closed the main hall's door. With this, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. They looked left and right and did not discover anything suspicious. Their expressions relaxed. Who is that man? Could he be the man that Xiaobai found in Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy? After Prince Qi Nan entered, his expression was somewhat gloomy. He also spoke freely. "Reporting to your highness." One of the old Dragon King cultivators said respectfully and seriously, "He must be a genius student from Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. As for what relationship he has with Xiao Bai, no one knows. However, this is not important. What is important is that that genius is definitely on Xiao Bai's side. Geniuses are all arrogant. They will definitely look down on us. Furthermore, your highness is Xiao Bai's elder brother. They will definitely not kill your highness. At most, they will just scare your highness." "Scare me?" Prince Qi Nan laughed coldly. "Do you think this prince is someone who can be scared? With that little lineup of theirs, they might be able to scare others, but they want to scare this prince? In their dreams. Your highness, don't be angry. Come, eat some fruits first." Chapter 46-68. After eating some fruits, Prince Qi Nan relaxed quite a bit. The imperial concubine knows me best. Prince Qi Nan smiled and pinched the concubine's body, causing her face to turn bright red. The 5 Dragon Kings acted as if they hadn't seen this scene. One of the Dragon King continued to analyze. "It seems that Xiao Bai and her man have finished venting today. They may have returned to her mother's place. Since this matter has passed, we don't have to worry anymore." "That's right. They won't do anything to your highness." The other Dragon Kings nodded in agreement with this analysis. Prince Qi Nan nodded as if he didn't care much. However, his eyes showed even more hatred. He had suffered a great loss today. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. With his petty and vengeful character, how could he possibly swallow this grievance? He must get back at them. How could he get back at them? Prince Qi Nan immediately came up with an idea. He laughed coldly and stood up. "Everyone, in a moment, follow me to visit little sister's mother. Try to make little sister feel at ease and leave quickly. Her return this time was rather unexpected, but it's very likely that she has something important to do, so she came back early to bid farewell. Once she's gone, I will definitely get back at her today. When little sister isn't here, I will take the opportunity to fuck her mother. His words were rather interesting. What did fucking Xiaobai's mother mean? Many people present understood that Prince Qi Nan wanted to sleep with Xiaobai's mother. She didn't agree, which was why she had disobeyed Prince Qi Nan and angered him. Many people felt that this matter was inconceivable. However, Prince Qi Nan was vile to this extent. The other dragon kings felt that something was wrong when they heard Prince Qi Nan's words. However, since Prince Qi Nan had already said it, he couldn't take it back. However, the 5 dragon kings did not agree because the situation was still very tense. They had almost peed their pants just now and had not completely recovered yet. Who would have thought that Prince Qi Nan would directly utter such ruthless words, at this moment? A burst of applause suddenly came from a corner of the main hall, causing the expressions of the 10 people in the hall to change drastically. Applause? Was there anyone else in the main hall other than the 10 of them? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Prince Qi Nan. From his angle, he just happened to see a black-robed youth and a white-clothed girl walking out from the shadows in the corner of the main hall. Weren't they Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai? How could they appear here, in the main hall? Didn't they leave Prince Qi Nan's residence? Why did it suddenly appear here? How could this be? Prince Qi Nan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He almost wanted to slap himself 10,000 times. How could he not be able to restrain himself and utter such ruthless words at this time? Originally, it was very strange that Xiaobai and Qi Nan had suddenly left. How could they let him off so easily? Who would have thought that they were actually hiding here, waiting for him to confess without being pressed? This was too terrifying. 2 living people were hiding in the main hall. Even if they were in the shadows in the corners, they shouldn't have been unable to see them. Were the 10 of them all blind? This was too horrifying. Prince Qi Nan recalled what he had just said. What about getting back at her? What about doing her mother? At this moment, Prince Qi Nan simply wanted to cry but had no tears. This was confessing without being pressed. These words had been heard by Xiaobai. How could he still live? Oh, Your Highness is so mighty. Kong Xinmu clapped his hands as he walked out from the shadows. He sighed and said to Xiaobai, "Look at this older brother of yours. If we don't kill him today, with his vengeful nature, your mother will certainly be persecuted. Let's kill him." Xiaobai also had some pity in her eyes. After all, to her, this Prince Qi Nan was also her older half-brother. Moreover, he was also going to inherit the position of Dragon Emperor of Luohua Dragon Country. Even if they had to use countless cultivation resources, Luohua Dragon Country still wanted Prince Qi Nan to catch up to Dragon Emperor's level. Up until now, how many cultivation resources had he wasted in the 8th level of the Dragon King? Simply too many to count. If these cultivation resources were given to any student of the 4 great dragon and martial academies, they would definitely have broken through to Dragon Emperor's level. However, this Prince Qi Nan was only at the 8th level of the Dragon King. He still had 2 more breakthroughs to reach Dragon Emperor's level. These 2 breakthroughs were both crucial breakthroughs and required a vast amount of cultivation resources. If nothing unexpected happened, he would need at least 20 years to take these 2 steps. Unfortunately, this Prince Qi Nan could be freed now. It was impossible for him to have 20 more years. This was because when he said those ruthless words just now, Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai had heard them clearly. "You're so sinister. You even wanted to wait until we left before you made a move on Xiaobai's mother. Furthermore, your words were so harsh. What do you mean by, do it? You're practically courting death." As Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai walked out from the corner of the main hall, a round of applause rang out. The 10 people present were all dumbfounded. Prince Qi Nan's mind was completely blank. He felt that he was finished. This time, no matter what he said, it would probably be hopeless. He hated himself for saying things out loud. Or maybe he could have waited for these two murderous gods to leave before saying anything. However, how could he have imagined that Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai would be hiding in the main hall? How could the students of Emperor Shi's Dragon and Martial Arts Academy play such sinister tricks? Weren't they all just and honorable? In reality, if Kang Xinmu knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely tell him that to deal with an honorable person, one should definitely use honorable and honorable methods. And to deal with a sinister, despicable, cunning, and narrow-minded fellow like Prince Qi Nan, what's wrong with using some unique methods? Prince Qi Nan's entire body trembled. He stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to say. Finally, he abruptly knelt before Kang Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai. Seniors, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to have improper thoughts about the elders anymore. Please spare my life. Improper thoughts about the elders? When these words were spoken, Xiao Bai's expression changed. Originally, when she heard Prince Qi Nan say that he would do her mother, although she felt that it was a little strange, she did not think too much about it. But now, the meaning was very clear. This Prince Qi Nan was actually such a beast. No, this fellow was definitely worse than a beast. No wonder Xiao Bai's mother was so resistant to this Prince Qi Nan. So this fellow was actually such a person? Chapter 46-69. At first, Xiao Bai found it a little strange. Even if her mother didn't like Prince Qi Nan, she wouldn't have offended him. Now, it seemed that Prince Qi Nan had gone too far. He was so disgusting that it made her want to vomit. Have improper thoughts about your elders? You really dared to say it out loud. When Xiao Bai heard Prince Qi Nan's words and saw him kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing, he felt extremely disgusted. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She gathered the frost energy in her body and unleashed the ice-splitting sky-splitting slash. She was all too familiar with this dragon martial technique. Even if she did not transform into her divine dragon form, she could still unleash 30% of its power. At this moment, a frosty saber light condensed in the air and slashed towards Prince Qi Nan. Prince Qi Nan was still kowtowing on the ground. When he was struck by the frosty blade of light, he wasn't cleaved into two. Instead, he was completely frozen by the power of frost and turned into an ice sculpture kowtowing on the ground. Although his body wasn't damaged, this fellow was already dead. He couldn't be more dead. One must know that Xiao Bai's ice-splitting sky-splitting slash was a high-grade origin source dragon technique that had been cultivated to the sacred rank. In the Dragon Emperor's kingdom below, even high-grade origin source dragon techniques were extremely rare. Only a few had been passed down from the martial dragon fortress. Those high-grade origin source dragon techniques had only been passed down recently. There was no one who had cultivated them to the peak of the heaven rank, let alone the sacred rank. Under the frosty blade of light, Prince Qi Nan turned into an ice sculpture and died instantly. At this moment, the scene was finally quiet. Prince Qi Nan was no longer crying and begging for mercy. No one else dared to say a word. Even their breathing became cautious, afraid that they would attract the attention of Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai looked at the four concubines and saw that their expressions had become extremely lifeless. Looking at the ice sculpture that Prince Qi Nan had turned into, they were all stunned on the spot. They didn't even dare to say a word. Xiao Bai was annoyed just looking at them, but she couldn't kill the innocent. She could only put on a serious expression and said sternly, "You four vixens, get out of here. I don't want to dirty my hands by killing you." She wasn't really that arrogant. In reality, she just didn't want to kill more people. However, Kang Xinmu felt that this was a little too womanly. Of course, these 4 concubines had always followed Prince Qi Nan to abuse their power and were notorious throughout Luohua City. Now that Prince Qi Nan was no longer supporting them, their fates would most likely be worse than death. Moreover, Kang Xinmu planned to apply for a Dragon Emperor from Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Academy to manage Luohua Dragon Country. Thoughtless Dragon Emperor basically didn't care about anything. This wouldn't do. Even if he didn't care about anything, he had to arrange for some capable subordinates to manage the entire Dragon Emperor kingdom, right? For example, in the Yen Dragon Emperor's court, although Yen Dragon Emperor had been frequently visiting the battlefield of the 9 major races, he would leave behind at least 6 flaming dragon envoys each time. With 6 flaming dragon envoys around, the entire Yen Dragon Emperor's court would never fall into chaos. Order would always be maintained. This thoughtless Dragon Emperor had handed all his power to Prince Qi Nan. Prince Qi Nan was such a soft and unreasonable person. How could he manage the Dragon Emperor kingdom well? Some Dragon Emperors relied on authority to rule the kingdom, while others relied on law. However, no matter which one he relied on, the Dragon Emperor needed to pay attention to governing the Dragon Emperor kingdom. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor kingdom would definitely fall into chaos. When the 4 concubines heard Xiao Bai's words, it was as if they had just woken up from a dream. They no longer cared about Prince Qi Nan's ice sculpture and all fled out of the main hall as if they were fleeing from death. In reality, Xiao Bai had no intention of killing them at all. Meanwhile, the 5 dragon kings in the hall were all trembling. They did not know what would happen to them. They stared at Prince Qi Nan's ice sculpture, their faces pale. This was Prince Qi Nan, the heir of Luohua Dragon Country. The students of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Academy were so arrogant and despotic. They actually killed him. What would happen to Luohua Dragon Country now? Xiao Bai. No, 2 seniors. Immediately, one of the Dragon Emperor suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself to say, Prince Qi Nan is dead. What will happen to Luohua Dragon Country? The thoughtless Dragon Emperor is still not around. He's wandering the skies. We are a group of dragons without a leader. Something bad will happen. You don't have to worry about that. Very soon, the Dragon Martial Academy will send someone to take over Luohua Dragon Country. Kang Xinmu said coldly. He turned around and left with Xiao Bai. Prince Qi Nan had collapsed. The news spread like mushrooms after the rain. To Luohua City and many other cities in the Luohua Dragon Country, this was great news for the dragon warriors, and many other tribes. Prince Qi Nan had always been a tyrant. He was unreasonable, ruthless, and bullied everyone. He was at the 8th level of the Dragon King and had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the rebirth tribulation state. His own strength was top-notch in the Dragon Emperor country. On top of that, he had many Dragon King powerhouses supporting him. The entire Dragon Emperor country had almost become Prince Qi Nan's personal property. No matter who offended Prince Qi Nan, he would kill and torture them if he wanted to. He would not give anyone a chance to live. Many families had even decided to move away from Luohua Dragon Country. This was because they foresaw that if Prince Qi Nan became the Dragon Emperor in the future, the citizens of Luohua Dragon Country would be in even more dire straits. Now, the news of Prince Qi Nan's death had spread. The villain was dead. He was killed by a genius powerhouse from the Dragon Martial Academy. Cheers and praises for the Dragon Martial Academy could be heard everywhere in Luohua City. As for the 4 concubines, after Prince Qi Nan's residence was sealed by the Dragon King, they could only wander about on the streets outside. Once they were discovered, they were immediately attacked and killed. These 4 concubines were all Divine Dragon and Heavenly Dragon Divine Dragon bloodlines. They were not very strong. Too many people could bully them if they wandered the streets. One could imagine how miserable their fates would be. Prince Qinan's residence was sealed off by the 5 Dragon King powerhouses. All servants and guards were dismissed. The entire Luohua city and Luohua Dragon Country were temporarily managed by a genius student from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, Xiaofan. In reality, Xiaofan would not manage things. He left everything to the 5 Dragon King powerhouses. Although the 5 of them had helped Prince Qinan with a lot of shady business, their clans still held a lot of weight in Luohua Dragon Country. It would be safer to leave things to them. Under the supervision of Kong Xinmu and Qi Xiaobai, they did not dare to act as they did in the past. No matter what they did or what order they gave, they were meticulous and extremely serious. After Prince Qinan was killed, they knew that Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy was probably going to punish Luohua Dragon Country. Under such circumstances, if they did not perform well, how could they survive in the future? If they did not perform well, their entire clans would suffer. Chapter 46-70. When Prince Qinan of the Luohua Dragon Country was finally beheaded, the citizens of Luohua City were in jubilation. Unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with Kong Xinmu or Xiaobai. The revelry outside was meaningless to them. Xiaobai's mother, on the other hand, felt a little emotional. She did not recommend killing Prince Qinan, but now that Prince Qinan had been killed, she did not think there was anything wrong with it. She was just a little emotional. After all, this was her husband's other son. However, when she thought of what Prince Qinan had done to her, she did not feel anything. This guy was too disgusting and overboard. If he was not killed, the entire Luohua Dragon Country would be in trouble when he truly broke through to the level of the Dragon Emperor. On the other hand, this guy had finally reached the 8th level of the Dragon King's Divine Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence. All those cultivation resources seemed to have been wasted now. During these few days, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai accompanied her mother. Not only did her mother's voice sound young, but she also looked very young. After all, she also had the Divine Dragon's Inheritance Essence Blood. Although the grade of her Essence Blood was not high, it still extended her lifespan by a lot, so she looked very young now. No wonder that Prince Qinan was such a beast. He actually wanted to attack her. He was completely deranged. About 4 days later, the Dragon Force Academy finally responded to their request. They would send a Dragon Emperor to Luohua Dragon Country to be the new Dragon Emperor. Before this, the Dragon Force Academy had obtained the Thoughtless Dragon Emperor's approval and officially handed over Luohua Dragon Country to the new Dragon Emperor. Of course, the new Dragon Emperor might not necessarily use the name of Luohua Dragon Country. The name of Qi Dragon Country would basically be changed. However, this was not a bad thing for the dragon martial artists in Qi Dragon Country. Instead, it would allow them to reach another peak. However, the Dragon Emperor that the Dragon Force Academy sent next stunned Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai. It was actually Wu Machun. This Wu Machun was not Emperor Shi, nor was she a student of Donghuang Yangwu College. However, she was extremely talented. Previously, Kong Xinmu had disguised himself as Wu Machun's Boulder Heavenly Fate Dragon Aura and plundered many things in the Beast Abyss. Recently, Kong Xinmu did not see Wu Machun much. However, he knew that this person's talent was extremely high. When Wu Machun arrived at Luohua Dragon Country's capital, Luohua City, and saw Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai, Kong Xinmu's expression changed. This Wu Machun's aura had actually become somewhat weak, as if she had suffered a heavy injury. That's right. If a genius dragon martial artist like Wu Machun wasn't seriously injured and needed to recuperate for a long time, why would she come to the dragon martial continent to manage the Dragon Emperor's empire? This had a great impact on his own cultivation. Senior Wu Machun, I'll leave this Luohua Dragon Country to you. In the future, this Dragon Emperor's empire will be named after you. Kong Xinmu said with a smile. He knew Wu Machun, but Wu Machun did not know him. She also did not know that she had been tricked by Kang Xinmu. Therefore, he had only heard some rumors about Kang Xinmu and knew that Kang Xinmu was very capable. That was all. When Wu Machun arrived at Luohua City's city lord residence, he saw Kang Xinmu with a serious expression. His expression was a little lonely, but he did not look too sad. "Junior Kang Xinmu, thank you for fighting for this opportunity for me. I was seriously injured on the battlefield, and I'm afraid I'll need to recuperate for 10 to 20 years. During these years, I'll help manage Luohua Dragon Country. This Dragon Emperor's empire shall be called Machun Dragon Country. How about it?" He asked this question to seek Kang Xinmu's approval, but in reality, he knew that Kang Xinmu would definitely agree. Kang Xinmu nodded. Very well. It did not matter what the Dragon Emperor's empire was called. In any case, this Dragon Emperor's empire would be managed by Wu Machun in the future. Kang Xinmu had some understanding of Wu Machun's personality. This fellow's personality was meticulous. No matter what he did, he was extremely serious and would not make any mistakes. This time, he was seriously injured on the battlefield, probably because the enemy was too strong. Pardon me for asking. Who did senior brother Wu Machun meet on the battlefield? To be able to injure senior Wu to this extent. Kang Xinmu was still a little curious about this. One must know that Wu Machun's divine dragon blood essence was at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Rebirth Realm. Moreover, this person's talent was very obvious. His dragon techniques and dragon weapons were definitely top-notch. At least compared to Lord Long, he was several times stronger. Of course, he might have been injured for a long time, or even a few months. Otherwise, he would not have remained at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor. One must know that he was one of the top dragon martial artists back then. Logically speaking, he should have reached the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor, or even the 6th level. Kang Xinmu took some time to look at his divine dragon blood essence inheritance compatibility, and discovered that it was 66, which meant that he could directly break through to become a super divine dragon. With this talent, it was impossible for him to be stuck at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor. It could only be said that he had been injured for a long time, and after being injured, it was difficult for him to cultivate and break through. It's the demon god races the evil prince, Wu Machun said with a smile. His personality was very cheerful, and he did not seem to have much hatred for the evil prince. After all, to him, if he couldn't win, then he couldn't. If his skills were not as good as others, there was no need to hate others. And now that he was seriously injured, it was difficult for him to cultivate. Presumably, the evil prince would pull away from him by a large margin. Therefore, it would be very difficult for Wu Machun to take revenge. Of course, although Wu Machun was seriously injured now, it was more than enough for him to manage the Dragon Emperor country. To Wu Machun, his strength definitely surpassed Thoughtless Dragon Emperor. Therefore, as long as he put some effort into this brand new Machun Dragon Country, the development of the Machun Dragon Country would not fall behind. It might even prosper with each passing day. This was because Wu Machun was a student from the Dragon Martial Academy, and he was once a genius student. He was qualified to receive some precious cultivation resources. If he used them to develop the Machun Dragon Country, it was obvious that the Dragon Emperor country would rise very quickly. More geniuses would be selected to enter the 4 great Dragon Martial Academies. Moreover, since he had already decided to change the name of the Dragon Emperor country, it meant that when he became the Dragon Emperor, he would definitely not mess around like Thoughtless Dragon Emperor. That would be extremely irresponsible to the entire Dragon Emperor country. Immediately after, Kang Xinmu and Wu Machun announced to the world that Luohua Dragon Country was now officially changed to Machun Dragon Country. Chapter 4671. As for the fact that Wu Machun was seriously injured, of course, he would not announce it. There was no need to do so. This would lower his authority and cause chaos within the borders of the Dragon Emperor country. And now, Wu Machun was much stronger than thoughtless Dragon Emperor. Her character was much better than Prince Qi Nan's. With such a person governing the Dragon Emperor country, Kong Xinmu was very assured. So he and Xiaobai asked Wu Machun to help take care of Xiaobai's mother while they were away. With such an upright person like Wu Machun, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai were very relieved. Luohua Dragon Country, or the current Machun Dragon Country. After the matter was settled, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai returned to Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The dean, Yu Yaji, had been waiting at the academy for a few days. Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai had settled their personal matters. It was time for them to go to the Dragon God's world. This opportunity was because Kong Xinmu had killed the genius of the void human race, Su Sun Luo. Such strength was enough for the Dragon God's world to pay attention to him. When Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai returned, Yu Yaji did not say much. She took them directly to a secret room. To go to the Dragon God's world, it was impossible to rely on the Emperor Xi formation. The Emperor Xi formation could not teleport between worlds. It could only teleport within the small world of the Dragon Martial Continent. So to go to the Dragon God's world, they had to use other means. That was the Dragon God formation. The Dragon God formation was a general name for a type of teleportation formation. It was built by the Dragon Gods to teleport between different worlds and small worlds. However, it was very difficult to build such a teleportation formation. Even in the Dragon Martial Continent, there were only 2 Dragon God formations. One was in Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, and the other was in Donghuang Yongwu College. Both could teleport people to the Dragon God's world. This kind of interworld teleportation array required a large amount of energy every time it was activated. How much energy was that? It was almost equivalent to consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that would allow a dragon warrior to advance from the first level of the rebirth tribulation realm to the 4th level of the rebirth tribulation realm. It could be said to be a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Therefore, the number of times the Dragon God formation was activated was extremely few. Even a supreme divine dragon had to go through the Dragon God formation to enter the lesser world of the Martial Dragon Continent. Because of this, the peerless divine dragons rarely came to the lesser world of the Martial Dragon Continent. Every time they came, they would need to consume a large amount of cultivation resources. College Chief Yu Yaji brought Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai all the way to a secret chamber in the depths of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. This area was the forbidden area of Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Usually, no students were allowed to enter. Soon, they saw the Dragon God formation. It could be seen that the entire Dragon God formation was circular, and the diameter of the circle was 2,000 zhang. This was a true great formation. However, it was located in a secret chamber. Even if it was activated, there would not be too much movement. When you go to the greater world of the Dragon Gods, we will have someone to receive you and bring you to the holy lands of 5 extremes mysterious ice. In the holy lands of 5 extremes mysterious ice, you can cultivate for a year. During this year, you can cultivate without worry. After a year, you should be able to return to Emperor Xi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy to become the Dragon Emperor's tutor and undergo the final cultivation. Yu Yaji smiled and said, "The treatment of the Dragon Emperor's tutor is much better than that of the students. Of course, if you can obtain a higher position in the holy lands of 5 extremes mysterious ice, it would be better for you to stay there. It will be more beneficial to the improvement of your individual strength." Yes. Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai both nodded. It was still too early to say that they would definitely return. However, for Kong Xinmu, he would definitely choose whichever side could improve his strength faster. Of course, the Dragon Martial Continent was his hometown, and Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy was also the place where he was groomed. He would definitely return in the future, but he might not return to become the Dragon Emperor's tutor. Immediately after, Yu Yaji took a few steps back, allowing Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai to stand on the Dragon God formation. The Dragon God formation was activated under the control of Dean Yu Yaji. A huge amount of spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth was gathered. Even Kong Xinmu could feel the endless power of the void gathering around him. This power of the void was the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth that the entire Dragon God formation had absorbed and transformed. This was not ordinary power of the void. Ordinary power of the void was like some of the spatial power that Kong Xinmu could use now. It should be considered a level 1 power. It could travel between small worlds or large worlds, but it could not travel between two different worlds. But now, the power of the void that the Dragon God formation had condensed from a huge amount of spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth was definitely of a higher level. It was most likely a level 2 or even a level 3 power. If Kong Xinmu could master this level of power of the void, it would be amazing. Of course, it was said that even many supreme divine dragons could not master this level of power of the void. It was extremely difficult to master it. Because of this, many supreme divine dragons used the Dragon God formation to travel between the various worlds. Without the Dragon God formation, perhaps only 1/10 of the supreme divine dragons could travel between the various worlds. No matter what, Kong Xinmu now yearned for this kind of power of the void. If he could master it and travel between the various worlds freely, wouldn't that be an extremely wonderful thing? As the Dragon God formation absorbed the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth and condensed it into high-level power of the void, Kong Xinmu's vision was gradually blocked by white light. Then, he felt a wave of power of the void wrap around him. Then, he experienced a spin. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had appeared in another secret chamber. In this secret chamber, there was also a Dragon God formation. Its scale was similar to that of the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Now, Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai appeared on this Dragon God formation. They glanced around the secret chamber. They did not feel anything else, but they immediately felt that the surrounding air contained extremely rich spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth. Moreover, there was the energy of the dragon mark. The density of the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth was more than 10 times that of the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. And the energy of the dragon mark was at least 3 times richer than that of the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Was this the environment of the Dragon God's world? It was too terrifying. Cultivating under such conditions, the cultivation of the dragon martial artists would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. No wonder there were so many experts with high cultivation in the Dragon God's world. However, Kong Xinmu was also very clear that on the Dragon Martial Continent, if one's talent was high enough and could reach the level of Mentor Dragon Emperor, then one would eventually have the opportunity to come to the Dragon God's world. It was just that they would be a little slower than others. In this way, all geniuses could be discovered, and there would rarely be situations where they were buried. It was just that the development of the geniuses in the Dragon Martial Continent was always slower than that of the geniuses in the Dragon God's world. So, no matter what, the Dragon Martial artists who came from the Dragon Martial Continent were like inferior people in the Dragon God's world. Of course, Kong Xinmu did not care about this. Chapter 46-72. The two of them appeared in the secret chamber. Soon, a door in front of the secret chamber opened. Then, a woman in red appeared. This woman had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Every frown and smile was full of intoxicating charm. You two are junior sister Yaji's disciples, right? When this woman in red appeared and saw Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai, her eyes lit up. It seemed that when she came to pick them up, she already knew who Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai were. Kong Xinmu was also shocked. This woman in red actually called Yaji junior sister. Didn't that mean she was Yaji's senior sister? Amazing. Kang Xinmu didn't expect that there would be a super divine dragon level expert coming to welcome them. This made Kang Xinmu feel flattered. May I ask who you are, senior? Kang Xinmu bowed respectfully and then asked. My surname is Wenren. You can call me Martial Uncle Wenren. Of course, when you officially join the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land, you can also call me senior sister. The woman in red did not act high and mighty. Instead, she smiled amiably. Disciple Kang Xinmu pays respect to Martial Uncle Wenren. Disciple Xiao Baiqi pays respect to Martial Uncle Wenren. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai bowed again. Alright. Don't dawdle. Follow me to stay in the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City. Wenren Yu smiled and waved her hand. Then, she turned and walked out of the secret chamber. Jiang Shenwu and Little White immediately followed. After exiting the secret chamber, they discovered that the secret chamber was actually inside a palace. This palace was called Emperor Shi's Palace Hall. Wenren Yu introduced, your Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy was founded by Emperor Shi Divine Dragon. This Emperor Shi Palace Hall is where Emperor Shi Divine Dragon will stay when he returns to the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City. In other words, when Emperor Shi Divine Dragon returned to the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City, he would stay in Emperor Shi Palace Hall, which was equivalent to a palace. It was no wonder that the Dragon God formation that led to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy was built in Emperor Shi's Palace Hall. This place was the safest, and it was impossible for others to barge in. The entire Emperor Shi's Palace Hall was quite vast. After all, it was a palace that belonged to a strong practitioner of the Supreme Divine Dragon. The building was magnificent and extraordinary. It had a radius of at least 100,000 feet. Unlike the City Lord's mansion in Luohua City, where Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai were able to cover the entire City Lord's mansion after transforming into dragons, it was only about 10,000 feet in circumference. And this Emperor Shi Palace Hall was tens of times bigger than the City Lord's office in Luohua City. However, there was no one living in the spacious Emperor Shi Palace Hall. There weren't even any servants. There were only 2 dragon martial artists standing guard. When Martial Ant Wenren Yu brought Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai out of Emperor Shi's Palace Hall, the 2 dragon martial artist guards saluted her. The 2 guards are experts above the 7th layer of the Dragon Monarch realm. Kang Xinmu was secretly shocked. This dragon god's world was indeed extraordinary. Even if the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the energy of the dragon mark were richer in this world, they still needed to have enough talent. In the entire Dragon Martial continent, those who had talent that reached the Dragon Emperor level 7 were the best of the best. For example, a folk genius like Great Liang's Dragon Emperor, or a super genius from the Dragon Martial Academy like Yu Tiangsheng. Therefore, the Dragon God's world seemed to have a lot more geniuses than the Dragon Martial continent. Kang Xinmu sighed with emotion as he followed Wenren Yu around the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City. Is this your first time in the Dragon God's world? Wenren Yu asked with a smile as she looked at Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai curiously looking around. Yes. Xiao Bai nodded. The Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City was too big. Of course, this was just a city under the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land, similar to the original Donghuang Dragon Martial City or Emperor Shi Dragon Martial City. In other words, the design of the Dragon Martial Academy and the Dragon Martial City was based on the Dragon God's world's Holy Land. A Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land would be surrounded by a Five Extremes Mysterious Ice City. A Giant Rock Destiny Holy Land would also be surrounded by a corresponding Giant Rock Destiny City. The reason why a Holy Land was called a Holy Land was that only the top experts in the Dragon God's world were qualified to join. It mainly depended on talent, not cultivation. The conditions for dragon martial artists in the Dragon God's world to join the Holy Land were not as harsh as those in the Dragon Martial Continent. In the Dragon Martial Continent, only after dragon martial artists reached the Dragon Emperor level 5 were qualified to go to the Holy Land to check their compatibility with the divine dragon blood. But in the Dragon God's world, as long as one broke through to the Dragon Emperor level, one was qualified to go to the Holy Land to check their compatibility. If one's compatibility reached the Dragon Emperor level 5 or above, one was qualified to become a disciple of the Holy Land. According to Yuyaji, the current ruler of the 5 extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land was Emperor Shi Divine Dragon's martial uncle. He was also a supreme divine dragon, and he was stronger than Emperor Shi Divine Dragon. Outside the 5 extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land, the 5 extremes mysterious Ice City was where the dragon martial artists gathered. Because it was close to the Holy Land, the place was very lively. Many disciples of the Holy Land would come to the city to shop and buy things, so the business was very prosperous. Emperor Shi Palace Hall is the palace of Emperor Shi Divine Dragon. No one else has the right to live there, so I can only take you to an inn in the 5 extremes mysterious Ice City. Don't worry. The inns in the 5 extremes mysterious Ice City are very quiet and elegant. They also have a spirit gathering spell formation, so the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the energy of the dragon mark will be richer. Wenren Yu said with a smile. Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai could accept that they couldn't live in the Emperor Shi Palace Hall. Then when are we going to the Holy Land? Kong Xinmu was a little curious. Before we head to the Holy Land, there are some things you need to know. Wenren Yu didn't answer directly but started to introduce it instead. The 5 extreme mysterious Ice Holy Land was rumored to be the place where a primordial divine dragon had fallen. That primordial divine dragon was the 5 extreme mysterious Ice Dragon. Hence, the 5 extreme mystic Ice Holy Land was filled with the power of the 5 extreme mystic ice. If a dragon martialist who had obtained the inheritance of the 5 extreme mystic ice dragon came here, it would be like a fish in water. Not only would their cultivation speed be faster, but they would also be able to increase their compatibility with the divine dragon bloodline. Hence, the 5 extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land would receive dragon martial artists from all over the world every year. Basically, they were all inheritances of the 5 extremes mysterious ice dragon. However, the total number of 5 extreme profound ice dragon martial practitioners in the 5 extreme profound ice holy land was only about a tenth. The others all cultivated other divine dragon blood essence inheritances. There were all sorts of attributes, and there were all sorts of them. Because aside from the Pentapex profound ice dragon, the other dragon martial artists also cultivated very quickly in the Pentapex profound ice holy land. Because this was the place where the primordial divine dragon had fallen, the energy in the dragon mark was extremely dense. The fastest way to raise the grade of divine dragon blood essence was in the Holy Land. And in any supreme Holy Land, the disciples were divided into various grades. From grade 1 to 9, the disciples of different grades had different privileges. The biggest difference was that the higher the grade of the disciple, the more core areas they could cultivate in. With every grade advanced, the density of the dragon mark energy in the cultivation area would practically double. Hence, the disciples in the Holy Land racked their brains to think of ways to raise their grade. As for how to set the grade, it was the sacred tower. That's right. In the Dragon Martial Continent, the sacred towers built by the Dragon Emperor's kingdom were only simplified versions. They were simply replicas. Chapter 46-73. Holy Land disciples of different levels not only enjoyed great disparities in cultivation resources, but there were also great disparities in the treatment they received in their daily lives. For example, if it was in the Holy Land, disciples of the lower 3 grades would have to bow to disciples of the middle 3 grades. If a middle 3 class disciple asked a lower 3 class disciple to do something for him, the disciple would have to comply under normal circumstances. Of course, this kind of thing was only limited to daily matters, such as helping to buy things, helping to run errands, helping to send messages, and so on. Similarly, the upper-class disciples had the right to ask the middle-class disciples to run errands for them. Of course, there were very few upper three-tier disciples in any holy land. For example, the 5 extreme profound ice holy land. Basically, even a grade 7 disciple would need to reach the 4th level of the super divine dragon's legacy blood essence in order to achieve that. That would require one to pass through the 7th level of the holy tower of Pentapec's mysterious ice. For example, Wen Renyu, who came to greet Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai, was a 7th rank disciple. Her divine dragon blood essence was at the 6th level of the super divine dragon, and she was a 7th class disciple of the 5 extreme dark ice holy land. However, she wasn't too far away from passing the 8th level of the sacred tower. Thus, she was basically already a quasi-8th tier disciple, and her status in the 5 extreme dark ice holy land was incomparably respected. In the entire 5 extreme mystic ice power, there were no more than 10 dragon martial artists with a higher status than her. As for Yu Yaji, she was a proper grade 8 disciple. She was also at the 6th level of the super divine dragon tower, but she was stronger and could pass through the 8th level of the sage tower. Hence, she was a grade 8 disciple. That was why Zhuo Xiaofan, the dean of Donghuang Yangwu College, was so afraid of Yu Yaji back in the Longwu fortress. That was because Zhuo Xiaofan was only at the 3rd level of the super dragon god. In fact, in order to become the dean of the Dragon Martial Academy in the Dragon Martial Continent, one only needed to reach the level of a super divine dragon. The reason why Yu Yaji was still the college chief of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy was that she had a close relationship with Emperor Shi's divine dragon and was his personal disciple. In addition, her younger sister was the previous college chief of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. She died after giving birth to Yu Tianchang. Therefore, on the one hand, Yu Yaji took care of Yu Tianchang, and on the other hand, she took the position of dean in place of her deceased sister. The upper 3 grades could order the middle 3 grades disciples, and the middle 3 grades disciples could order the lower 3 grades disciples. However, disciples of the same level couldn't order each other around. For example, 2nd-class disciples and 3rd-class disciples were both lower-class disciples, so they could not order each other around. The rules during this period were still very strict. Wen Renyu introduced these things to Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai while leading them to find an inn to stay in. According to Wen Renyu, the sacred pagoda of the 5 extreme profound ice holy land would open once every month. The next opening of the sanctum would be in 8 days. The opening of the sacred tower also meant that the 5 extreme profound ice holy land was recruiting new disciples. Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai would also join the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land on that day. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could at least pass the 1st level of the sacred tower. Generally speaking, a dragon emperor with decent strength would be able to pass the 1st level of the holy tower from the 1st to the 2nd level. Therefore, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai basically had no problem joining the 5 extreme dark ice holy land. The other requirement to join the 5 extreme dark ice holy land was to have a divine dragon blood essence compatibility of 55. At the very least, they had to be able to reach the 5th level of the dragon emperor without any obstacles. Xiaobai's compatibility was 62, so this was naturally no problem. As for Kong Xinmu, the black dragon's consciousness had already given him an answer. No matter what method the 5 extreme dark ice holy land used to check his talent, the black dragon's consciousness could disguise his compatibility as 60. This way, he could pass the entrance test of the 5 extreme dark ice holy land without performing too well and attracting the attention of some big shots. He also wouldn't perform too badly and cause his treatment to deteriorate. Thus, Kong Xinmu was relieved. Regarding the 5 extreme dark ice holy land, this was all they needed to know for now. As for the other things, they would only know after joining the 5 extreme dark ice holy land. Soon, Wenren sent the two of them to an inn and opened up a courtyard for them. This courtyard had quite a few rooms, enough for Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai to stay in. Stay in a courtyard like this for 8 days. The total cost will be 16 golden dragon coins. In addition, I will give you another 34 golden dragon coins for your living and cultivation expenses in the 5 extreme mysterious ice city for the next 8 days. Wenren Yu narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Of course, these gold dragon coins are all lent to you. When you join the 5 extreme dark ice holy land, you will have to work to pay back the money. A total of 50 gold dragon coins, not one less." "Of course. Many thanks, senior." Kang Xinmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only bow. Gold dragon coins were the common currency of the dragon god's great world. Of course, below the gold dragon coins were silver dragon coins and copper dragon coins. Each had an exchange rate of 100 to 1. 2 gold dragon coins for a day's stay. This inn could be said to be one of the best inns in the 5 extreme dark ice holy land. As for the remaining 34 gold dragon coins, Kang Xinmu put them away. The value of these gold dragon coins was also very high. 1 gold dragon coin was enough to purchase a high-grade source dragon martial technique. Even if one wanted to buy a high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, it would only cost 1,000 gold dragon coins. A mid-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique was 100 gold dragon coins. A low-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique was 10 gold dragon coins. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. Different divine spirit dragon martial techniques had different values. Just giving them 8 days' worth of pocket money was already 34 gold dragon coins. It could be seen that Wenren Yu was already very good to them. Although Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai had both cultivated the advanced Holy Spirit Dragon Martial Technique, in fact, the advanced Holy Spirit Dragon Martial Technique was also a powerful dragon martial technique that could only be found by chance in the dragon god's world. The reason why everyone in Kang Xinmu's squad was able to cultivate it was because their high-level divine spirit dragon martial skill was not obtained from the dragon god clan, but from the ancient Phoenix clan. Emperor Shi's divine dragon seemed to have some relationship with the ancient Phoenix clan, so he was able to fight for such an opportunity. If not for the 9 races besieging the dragon martial continent, how could Kang Xinmu have such an opportunity? If he were in the dragon god's great world, he would have to work hard for at least a year to buy a high-level Holy Spirit Dragon martial technique like the 9th Extreme Wei Horn Dragon Explosion, and he would have to be lucky. Of course, Kang Xinmu had already obtained the 9th-stage Extreme Dao Hui Dragon Explosion. From now on, there was no need for him to work hard on the advanced Divine Spirit Dragon martial technique. Chapter 46-74. In the following 8 days, Kang Xinmu had a cultivation plan. He had already been stuck at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor and the 3rd level of the Samsara realm for a long time. The current his combat strength was more or less the same as the Dragon Emperor 7th level. However, that was only talking about ordinary Dragon Emperor 7th level disciples. If it was the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Lands Dragon Emperor 7th level disciples, he most likely could not beat them. Hence, he needed to improve further within these 8 days. In the information given by Wenren Yu, the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Lands disciples were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Kang Xinmu had to work hard towards the middle 3 grades, which was to become a 4th grade disciple. The 4th grade disciples of the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Land were basically all dragon martial artists from the 7th to 8th level of the Dragon Emperor. This was already a super strong existence in the Dragon Martial continent. But in the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Land, this was only a 4th grade disciple, just barely stepping into the ranks of the middle 3 grade disciples. Logically speaking, newcomers were basically all in the lower 3 grades. According to convention, they would be bullied by the middle 3 grade disciples. However, if Kong Xinmu directly passed the Sacred Tower's 4th level and became a 4th grade disciple, he would be on the same level as the other middle 3 grade disciples. That way, no one would bully him. As for the 7th grade disciples, those were all existences on Wenrenyu's level. Would they bully a little fellow for no reason? Hence, Kong Xinmu had to reach the 4th grade disciple level. Furthermore, after he became a 4th grade disciple, he could also protect Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai currently had the blood essence grade of the Dragon Emperor 3rd level, even if she could reach the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor 8 days later, her cultivation realm would still only be the 4th level of the Samsara realm. In order to be able to condense the power of Samsara, Xiaobai was still stuck at this cultivation realm and did not choose to advance. This was for the sake of becoming stronger in the future. Hence, if the current Xiaobai headed to the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Tower, she would basically become a 2nd grade disciple, at most a 3rd grade disciple. 2nd class disciples and 3rd class disciples belonged to the lower 3 class disciples and were ordered around by the middle 3 class disciples. In the 5 extreme profound Ice Holy Land, there were not many upper class disciples, but there were countless lower class and middle class disciples. Anyone could think of a way to bully Xiaobai, so Kong Xinmu had to become a 4th class disciple and protect her. 34 gold dragon coins. We'll buy some food first and use the rest to buy cultivation resources that contain the energy of the dragon mark. Kong Xinmu took Xiaobai out for a walk. In the evening, the two bought a pile of things and returned to the inn. Qi Xiaobai followed Kong Xinmu back and felt like they were in a world of their own. She couldn't help blushing, thinking that this scene should be left to Ran Ran. Of course, she knew that Ran Ran had always liked Kong Xinmu. But, in reality, whether it was Xiao Yuhua or Qi Xiaobai, they both had different feelings for Kong Xinmu. They just didn't show it. Everyone liked young geniuses, and Kong Xinmu was the most talented of the current generation. In addition, he was calm and collected, and he was very serious when he encountered things. Naturally, he was very popular with girls. Unfortunately, Kong Xinmu didn't have much time to think about these things. Right now, there was the little princess of the demon god race, Su Yi, and that was enough for him. Who knew how much trouble there would be in the future? He didn't dare to provoke other girls. After buying a pile of cultivation resources, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai agreed to separate and cultivate separately. There were still 8 days left. It was still possible for them to continue increasing their battle strength. Most importantly, the two of them still had a Phoenix Spirit Fire Rock on them. The existence of the Phoenix Spirit Fire Rock gave them a unique advantage when it came to raising their cultivation realms. They could even break through one cultivation realm in a day. For Kong Xinmu, it was about time to try it out. The courtyard of this inn was very spacious. There was even a training ground with a radius of 3,000 feet underground. There were more than 10 courtyards in the inn, and the training ground below each courtyard was on a different level. Therefore, the entire inn occupied an area of about 3,000 feet. It was very suitable for dragon martialists like the Dragon Emperor to cultivate. Moreover, no one would come to disturb them when they cultivated in the underground training ground. Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai stayed in the same courtyard, so they naturally shared the same training ground. However, Xiaobai planned to break through to the 5th level of the Samsara realm. Therefore, she went out to find a place to deal with the Samsara behemoth. In the 5 extremes mysterious ice city, there was a place specially prepared for dragon martialists to break through. One only needed to spend a small amount of money to go there. Naturally, it was very safe to break through there. Kong Xinmu did not follow her. Instead, he began to absorb the natural treasures that contained the dragon mark energy in the underground training ground. These natural treasures were not very valuable, but they could increase the speed at which dragon martialists absorbed the dragon mark energy. Although the dragon mark energy in the Five Extremes mysterious Ice City was not as rich as in the sacred grounds, it was much richer than in the dragon martial continent. Especially in the training ground of this inn, there was a spirit gathering formation that could condense the dragon mark energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the training ground, the dragon mark energy was almost 7 or 8 times richer than in the divine center district of the dragon martial continent college. After Kong Shinmu consumed the natural treasures, he immediately activated his devouring power to devour the dragon mark energy around him. In the end, after only 2 hours, the dragon mark energy in the training ground was completely devoured by him. After he consolidated for 2 hours, the training ground was filled with dragon mark energy again. Even if it was an ordinary Super Shinran, it would be difficult to devour all the dragon mark energy in such a training ground in just 2 hours. But Kong Shinmu did it. The devouring power was indeed unparalleled. And this kind of cultivation was just right for Kong Shinmu. He would not affect others. After all, he would only devour the dragon mark energy in his own training ground, and would not devour the dragon mark energy in other places. He just needed to wait for 2 hours for the spirit gathering formation in the training ground to gather. The dragon mark energy in the Dragon God clan's great world was really rich. Cultivating here was many times faster than in the divine center district of the Dragon Martial Continent College. For Kong Shinmu, this was the best rhythm. Devouring for 2 hours, and then consolidating for another 2 hours. He could completely consolidate the strength that had not been fully consolidated before. Next, 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Shinmu was devouring the dragon mark energy here. The dragon mark energy he devoured was constantly surging all over his body, integrating into his divine dragon blood essence, making the divine dragon blood essence stronger and stronger. Dragon Emperor Level 4, achieved. Chapter 4675. From the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor Divine Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence to the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor, Kong Shinmu felt that his strength had almost doubled. This was an extremely terrifying improvement. Previously, he had to join hands with Lin Xiaotian, the boundless thief demon god, in order to kill Chou Jingyun, the Dragon Emperor's mentor on the 7th floor of the Dragon Emperor Palace. However, now, he could suppress an opponent of Chou Jingyun's level by himself. Although he had not cultivated the 9th level of the extreme Tao Hui Dragon Explosion to a higher level, he could already suppress the ordinary 7th level of the Dragon Emperor with the improvement of the Divine Dragon Essence Blood. Of course, it was still difficult to fight the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor, especially the older generation of the Dragon Emperor 8th level. Basically, their cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. This gap was still very big. Even for some of the older generation, the 7th level of the Dragon Emperor 7th level was still a little difficult for Kong Shinmu. This was not the Dragon Martial Continent. In the Dragon Martial Continent, the Dragon Emperor mentor, Chou Jingyun, was in existence who did not cultivate the Holy Spirit Dragon Martial technique. Her real combat power in the Dragon God's world was probably only about the same as the ordinary 6th level of the Dragon Emperor 6th level, or even worse. It should be known that the Dragon Emperor level experts in the Dragon God's world would basically cultivate the Holy Spirit Dragon Martial technique, and they had cultivated it for a long time. If they cultivated this level of Dragon Martial technique to the peak of the heaven level, then their strength would not be comparable to Chou Jingyun at all. Therefore, Kong Shinmu must become stronger and make his strength more stable. Of course, after this breakthrough, he still needed a little rest to consolidate his strength. It was best to consolidate his strength when he had just broken through. This was the most efficient time to consolidate his strength. Just as Kong Shinmu was consolidating his strength, Xiao Bai, surrounded by many people, had returned to the inn. She did not want to pay attention to those people, but they had to give her gifts. This matter was also strange. She chose to break through to the 5th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm when she went to break through to the next level. She easily killed the first reincarnation beast. Then, she continued to challenge the second reincarnation beast. It was also at this time that many dragon martial artists in the 5 extremes mysterious ice city began to pay attention to her. It was rare to see someone who could challenge a second reincarnation behemoth at the 4th stage of the rebirth tribulation realm. In the end, Whitey only managed to kill the second reincarnation beast with great difficulty. She had cultivated the high-grade Holy Spirit Dragon's martial technique, Ice Dragon Pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers. Furthermore, she had already cultivated it to the 30th level, and was able to condense a 30th level Ice Dragon Pagoda. Compared to other dragon martial techniques, the cultivation process of this Ice Dragon Myriad Pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers was different. There were a total of 10,000 levels, and the cultivation difficulty of each level was the same. With every increase in level, he would be able to condense an additional level of Ice Dragon Pagoda, and its suppressive power would be twice as strong. If she cultivated it to the 10th level, she would be able to condense a 10,000 level Ice Dragon Pagoda. Then, she would be almost invincible in the Dragon Emperor realm. For example, Kong Shinmu's 9th level Extreme Dao Horseshoe Dragon Explosion was almost equivalent to the peak strength of the Dragon Emperor realm after cultivating it to the 9th level. Therefore, Xiaobai used the 30th level Ice Dragon Pagoda to suppress the second reincarnation beast. Of course, the process was not so smooth. She also used it repeatedly and used other techniques. Most importantly, even her human-grade Holy Spirit Dragon weapon, the 10,000 Dragon Mystic Ice Blade Chi, was completely shattered by the reincarnation beast. After paying such a price, Xiaobai finally killed the second reincarnation beast. The reincarnation behemoth, which had broken through to the 5th stage of the rebirth tribulation realm, was already extremely powerful. Xiaobai had such combat strength. Furthermore, after condensing the reincarnation power, her strength would definitely increase further. This time, her cultivation base had increased by 2 stages. One could imagine the increase in her strength. Some onlookers predicted that with Xiaobai's current strength, it was possible for her to pass the 3rd level of the 5 extremes mysterious ice tower. One had to know that Xiaobai was only at the 3rd stage of the Dragon Emperor realm. If she could reach the 4th stage of the Dragon Emperor realm, with Xiaobai's current strength, it would not be a problem for her to pass the 3rd stage of the 5 extremes mysterious ice tower. This time, she naturally planned to break through the grade of the divine dragon essence blood. However, on her way back, many dragon martial artists ran over to befriend her. Some of the older generation wanted to befriend her, while some of the younger generation wanted to woo her. They all wanted to give her gifts, such as a pendant that condensed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, a mysterious dragon weapon that could consolidate one's strength. There were countless treasures. Xiaobai did not accept any of them, because she knew what those people were planning. Once she accepted their things, she would be taking advantage of them. In the future, if those people wanted her to help them with anything, she would have to consider it carefully. Therefore, she rejected all of them. Some of the older generation wanted to be matchmakers for their sons, while most of the younger generation wanted to woo her personally. Many of these people came from influential families in the 5 extremes mysterious ice city, and they all had super divine dragons in their families. In their opinion, Qi Xiaobai did not seem to have any background, so if they came forward to woo her, Qi Xiaobai should give them face, right? They did not expect that Xiaobai did not intend to take care of them at all. Many dragon martial artists chased her all the way to the entrance of the inn. I know, Miss Xiaobai just doesn't know who to choose. There are so many of us. Miss Xiaobai just came from the dragon martial continent, how would she know who we are? That's right, let's give Miss Xiaobai some time and let her familiarize herself with our vast dragon god's world first, huh? These people had a certain attitude of mockery towards the dragon martial continent, because there were very few strong dragon martial artists there. It was difficult to come up with a super divine dragon, so what qualifications did it have to attract their attention? The dragon martial continent itself existed to cultivate super divine dragons, and in recent years, there was basically only one genius who reached the level of super divine dragon every 4 or 5 years, which was too little. Therefore, the dragon martial continent had no value to the dragon god's great world. If Kong Shinmu had not killed Su Sanluo this time, perhaps it would have been taken away by the alliance of the 9 major races. Hearing these people's words, Xiaobai also felt a little uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes and thought of a way. She knew that Kong Shinmu would soon break through the realm, so she pretended to be indifferent and said to the people around her, "Don't be too full of yourself. My heart already belongs to someone. He is a man of indomitable spirit, and in terms of talent, he surpasses all of you." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. What a slap in the face. Chapter 46-76. She already had someone in her heart. When the young talents heard Xiao Bai's words, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Xiao Bai came up from the dragon martial continent, and they heard that she had just arrived not long ago. How could she have found someone she liked so quickly? However, they quickly realized that the person Little White was talking about was not someone from the great world of the dragon gods. I heard that there was another young genius who came up to the dragon god's world with Miss Xiao Bai. Could it be that the person Xiao Bai likes is that young genius? One of the young men said, emphasizing the word genius, with a smile on his face. In his opinion, what kind of genius could there be in the dragon martial continent? Who here was not a top genius when they came to the dragon martial continent? Take the young man who spoke for example. He was only 20 years old this year, and he was already at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor. He was already a second-class disciple of the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Black Ice. With his current cultivation level, he was still not good enough to pursue Little White. However, he had great potential. The Divine Dragon Blood Essence compatibility that he tested was 58, which meant that he could cultivate all the way to the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor. At this distance, he was not far from the Super Shenron. The level of the Super Shenron was considered a top figure in the Dragon God's world. It was an existence that could become a 6th-class disciple of the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Black Ice. So, it must be said that this young man felt that he had a great future and was extremely bright. How could someone from the Dragon Martial Continent have such talent? Generally speaking, among the dragon martial artists who came up from the dragon martial continent, there would only be one Super Shenron every 5 years or so. It couldn't be the young man who came up with Xiao Bai, could it? However, their horizons were still too narrow. Kong Shinmu's horizons had already covered all the major races in the world. The level of the Super Shenron was something that Kong Shinmu would definitely reach. But in the eyes of these people, the Super Shenron was already the end. To put it simply, he was not even worthy of Xiao Bai. When Xiao Bai heard the young man's question, she did not refute. She just smiled faintly and turned around to enter the inn. Of course, the others wouldn't follow them into the inn, but they still scoffed at the words left behind by Xiao Bai. They sent people to guard the entrance of the inn and ordered them to inform them if the young man mentioned by Xiao Bai appeared. That night, Kong Shinmu and Xiao Bai met and talked to each other. Kong Shinmu, with your current strength, it should not be too difficult for you to defeat the 2nd reincarnation beast. However, I am only dealing with a reincarnation beast at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor. Now that you have broken through to the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor, I don't know how much stronger the reincarnation beast will become. What Xiao Bai said made sense. This was the reason why Xiao Bai wanted to break through her cultivation realm first and not raise the grade of the divine dragon blood essence first. The strength of the reincarnation beast that a dragon martial artist faced was different depending on the grade of the divine dragon's blood essence. The reincarnation beast that Xiaobai faced at the third level of the Dragon Emperor was already very strong. Meanwhile, Kong Xinmu had already reached the fourth level of the Dragon Emperor. The reincarnation beast was definitely one level stronger. Next, Xiaobai had to think about breaking through to the fourth level of the Dragon Emperor. In the underground training ground of the inn, the dragon mark had sufficient energy. She could cultivate non-stop. She believed that the day of her transformation would come soon. It would be best if she could break through before the opening of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Tower. Okay. Kong Xinmu nodded. He didn't know much about the strength of the reincarnation beast, but if he broke through to the 5th level of the reincarnation realm, he would definitely have to kill the second reincarnation beast. Right now, he was only at the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. However, he could use the Phoenix Spirit Fire Rock to break through 2 levels of cultivation. Furthermore, the Phoenix Spirit Fire Rock could condense the energy of the Dragon Mark for him to devour to consolidate the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. Early the next morning, he separated from Xiaobai and left the inn alone. He headed to the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice City, a place specially prepared for dragon martial artists to break through to the next level. That place was called the Rising Dragon Plaza, and it was a property run by a private family. When Kong Xinmu headed to the Rising Dragon Plaza, the news spread quickly. Many people's subordinates were waiting at the entrance of the inn where Kong Xinmu resided. When they saw Kong Xinmu appear, they immediately spread the news. These subordinates naturally didn't recognize Kong Xinmu and didn't know that he was with Xiaobai. But the innkeeper knew. Therefore, Kong Xinmu's identity couldn't be hidden anymore. He was the genius who had come up from the Dragon Martial Continent with Xiaobai. Of course, not many people knew that Kong Xinmu had killed the genius of the Void Human tribe, Su Sun Luo. Soon, Kong Xinmu arrived at the Rising Dragon Plaza. There were already many young geniuses from various families watching at the Rising Dragon Plaza. It even attracted many young ladies from various families. These girls also wanted to see what kind of talent this young man from the Martial Dragon Continent, who was said to be a genius, had. However, they didn't have high expectations. It was just that some geniuses from various families liked to join in on the fun. Many young ladies came together and looked into the Rising Dragon Plaza. Soon, they saw Kong Xinmu's black-clothed figure appear in the plaza. Instantly, many young ladies were somewhat disappointed. Why was this so-called young genius only at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor? Most importantly, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. Then what was so interesting about his breakthrough? There was a group of young ladies watching from around the Rising Dragon Plaza. They were from one of the 7 great families of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice City. Among the 3 girls, the one in the middle was wearing a veil, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes that were as calm as an ancient well. Her expression was incomparably calm. She wasn't interested in watching Kong Xinmu's breakthrough. However, it was said that her cousin had taken a fancy to the genius girl from the Dragon Martial Continent, Xiaobai. Unfortunately, Xiaobai had said that she had someone she liked. Therefore, this young lady was very curious. Who was the person she liked? When she saw Kong Xinmu's figure, she was instantly disappointed. Judging from Kong Xinmu's appearance, his strength and talent couldn't even compare to Xiaobai's. Even Xiaobai couldn't compare to him, yet he was the person that Xiaobai liked. This young lady's name was Gu Xinyue. She was a 5th-class disciple of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land. She possessed the essence blood of the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. She was still young, but her talent was extraordinary. She was the precious daughter of the Gu family, one of the 7 great families of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice City. Chapter 46-77. Cousin, why don't we go back? I didn't expect Kong Xinmu to only be at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor. What's there to see? one of Gu Xinyue's cousins said with some disappointment. It could be said that almost all the dragon martial artists present had a higher cultivation realm than Kang Xinmu. Therefore, it was normal for them to be disappointed in Kang Xinmu. Many young talents at the scene had already started to mock him. This was the person that Xiaobai liked? He was so weak. However, Gu Xinyue's face, which was covered by a veil, was expressionless. She shook her head and said softly, "Since we're here, let's finish watching." It wasn't that she had high hopes for Kang Xinmu, but she liked to finish what she started and would never give up halfway. Since she was here today, she had to be responsible for her actions. Kang Xinmu was her cousin's love rival. Since she had agreed to come, she had to understand Kang Xinmu's character. Otherwise, why would she come here? Although Kang Xinmu was only at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor, which disappointed Gu Xinyue, she didn't look down on Kang Xinmu. After all, cultivation realm didn't mean anything. As long as all the dragon martial artists didn't die prematurely, they would eventually reach the 9th level of the rebirth realm. In comparison, the divine dragon's blood essence was the most important thing. Whether Jiang Shenwu had talent or not, it could not be seen from her cultivation realm. It mainly depended on her talent, compatibility, and the level of her standard. At the scene, Kang Xinmu didn't expect that he would attract so much attention just by coming to the Rising Dragon Square for a breakthrough. Could it be that Wenren had spread the news about him? However, Kang Xinmu thought about it and felt that it wasn't right. He listened to the whispers of the crowd and discovered that these people had actually come because of Xiaobai's words. The day before, Xiaobai had killed the 2nd reincarnation beast in the Rising Dragon Plaza. This had shocked many people. At the very least, there were very few dragon martialists from the dragon martial continent who could condense reincarnation power. But Xiaobai did it. This kind of thing, even many geniuses of the dragon god's great world had to put in a lot of hard work to achieve. Therefore, Xiaobai became popular in the 5 extremes profound ice city. Immediately after, her words also brought Kang Xinmu to fame. This made Kang Xinmu feel somewhat helpless. This lass, however, let her say what she wanted. Anyway, there were many people watching, and it wouldn't affect Kang Xinmu's performance. Kang Xinmu was already incomparably used to this kind of situation. Anyway, this Rising Dragon Square was surrounded by a barrier set up by a supreme divine dragon. Ordinary people couldn't possibly disturb his breakthrough. And supreme divine dragon level. Why would they have the time to pay attention to a small fry like him? Therefore, Jiang Shenwu quickly adjusted his state of mind and treated everyone around him as if they were nothing, completely ignoring them. When he stepped into the scene, there were already many people around him who had left in disappointment. Those people felt that Xiaobai's taste was too poor. She actually took a fancy to Kang Xinmu, a young man who was only at the 3rd level of the rebirth realm, whose cultivation was even lower than Xiaobai's. She even said that his talent surpassed everyone in the 5 extremes profound ice city. Therefore, they left in disappointment. However, Kang Xinmu didn't care. They could come and go as they pleased. It had nothing to do with him. When he reached the scene, he finally transformed into a dragon. His 3,000 zhang long, pitch-black body appeared on the Rising Dragon Square. In such a vast area, Kang Xinmu directly took out the Phoenix Spirit Fire Stone and activated its power. It was time to break through. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged toward where Kang Xinmu's black dragon body was, accompanied by the relatively dense energy of the dragon mark. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth formed a series of vortexes that were directly devoured by Kang Xinmu. What is that? It seems to be some kind of treasure that gathers spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's too powerful. There seems to be the aura of a foreign tribe. Is that a treasure from a foreign tribe? This Kang Xinmu is actually using a treasure from a foreign tribe. That's normal. I heard that the Dragon Martial Continent is currently facing the invasion of the 9 major tribes. It's normal for them to secretly collude with the 9 major tribes. What a pity. Using such a method to break through is really laughable. Many people couldn't help but mock him. Previously, Xiaobai hadn't used the Phoenix Spirit Fire Stone because she had been stuck at the 4th level for a long time. She could have broken through long ago if she had wanted to. However, Kang Xinmu still needed to devour some treasures before he could break through. The Phoenix Spirit Fire Stone could allow him to break through 2 levels in one go. Boom! After a loud explosion, a vortex of black clouds appeared in the sky above the rising dragon square. A reincarnation beast covered in raging flames emerged from the vortex. The reincarnation beast was like a flaming lion. When it appeared, the temperature of the entire rising dragon square rose several times. However, the spectators didn't seem to be surprised. After all, they were all very powerful dragon martial artists. Jiang Shenwu's Samsara beast, which was at the 3rd stage of the Samsara tribulation realm, was nothing to them. Many people's expressions didn't even change. Even an ordinary dragon martialist could easily break through to the 4th level. No matter how weak Kang Xinmu was, he shouldn't have been killed by a reincarnation beast. In fact, that was indeed the case. Kang Xinmu naturally didn't care about this reincarnation beast. This reincarnation beast's strength was equivalent to a 4th-level dragon emperor's. It was too easy for Kang Xinmu to deal with it. However, no one had expected that Kang Xinmu would be able to deal with this reincarnation beast so easily. Devouring Power, Explode, Void Dragon Sky Raising Strike. The Void Dragon Raises the Sky Break was an offensive dragon martial art technique. It was a very simple primary source dragon martial art technique. Even in the great world of the dragon gods, this kind of dragon martial art technique was only practiced by the relatively poor dragon kings. Which dragon emperor didn't cultivate the Holy Spirit dragon technique? However, it was this simple low-level origin source dragon technique, Void Dragon Sky Raising Strike. 6 streaks of dark dragon breath engulfed the reincarnation beast completely. The terrifying power actually penetrated the reincarnation beast in an instant. The reincarnation beast had just appeared, and its flames hadn't even covered the entire area when it was completely smashed into pieces by Kang Xinmu's attack. Although it was only a low-level origin source dragon technique, Kang Xinmu's devouring power was already too strong. During the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he would condense Nirvana power every time he broke through. Furthermore, the nature of the devouring power was already relatively strong. The destructive power of the Void Dragon Sky Raising Strike alone wouldn't be able to destroy this reincarnation beast. However, the special characteristic of the devouring power was that it could devour all the power contained in the reincarnation beast into Kang Xinmu's body, causing it to disintegrate. Chapter 4678. Breakthrough to the 4th tier of the Rebirth Tribulation Realm. In the Rising Dragon Square, Kang Xinmu had successfully broken through to the 4th tier of the Rebirth Tribulation Realm after transforming into a dragon for less than 10 minutes. This scene caused everyone's expression to change slightly. This lad's combat power seemed to be quite strong. He could even display the power of a primary source dragon technique to destroy the reincarnation behemoth. To everyone present, this was something that was rather shocking. In the past, there were dragon martial artists from the Dragon Martial Continent and other small worlds. However, the techniques they used were all high-level primary source dragon techniques. For example, Xiaobai had also used the ice-splitting sky-breaking slash. However, Kang Xinmu had actually used the primary source dragon technique to kill the reincarnation behemoth. This also meant that Kang Xinmu's innate talent was extremely strong. It was likely that all his Nirvana power had been condensed during the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. From the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm onward, he had killed 2 Nirvana behemoths every time he broke through. He was definitely a powerful person. However, there were still some people present who did not realize this. They were even chatting and laughing with each other. This Kong Shinmu can condense Nirvana power at the Nirvana Tribulation realm, but it does not mean that he can condense Samsara power. That's right. Yesterday, Xiao Bai barely managed to kill the second reincarnation behemoth. It will not be easy for this Kong Shinmu to deal with the second reincarnation behemoth in the future. He is still not worthy of Xiao Bai. He is not worthy of competing with us. Most people said indifferently and turned to leave. However, when Gu Xinyue saw that Kong Shinmu had actually used the primary source dragon technique to kill the reincarnation behemoth, a strange look appeared in her calm eyes. She felt that Kong Shinmu was far from using his full strength. To Kong Shinmu, breaking through to the next tier was as easy as eating and drinking. However, she didn't think that Kong Shinmu was very talented. After all, she was already at the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor and had yet to encounter any bottlenecks. Her divine dragon blood essence compatibility was 61, which meant that she could directly break through to the 1st level of the Super Dragon God. Unlike the dragon warriors with a compatibility of 60, they needed some luck to break through to the level of the Super Shenron's inheritance blood essence. However, Gu Xinyue did not need that. She knew that as long as she cultivated step by step, she would be able to reach the 1st level of the Super Dragon God. This level was indeed something that the juniors of the 3rd and 4th levels of the Dragon Emperor had to look up to. Therefore, Gu Xinyue had seen many geniuses like Kong Shinmu. But this alone couldn't move her. Compared with her cousin, Kong Shinmu was still inferior. She turned around and wanted to leave as well. Today, Kong Shinmu had already broken through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm. From the 3rd to the 4th level, there wouldn't be a second reincarnation beast. Therefore, everyone in the field was planning to leave. Their impression of Jiang Shenwu had changed a little. They felt that he might be a little genius, but if one were to say that he was exceptionally talented, he would definitely not be able to be considered as outstanding. However, just as everyone was about to leave, they felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the rising dragon square did not dissipate. Instead, it became more and more condensed. The terrifying power gathered towards Kong Shinmu's black dragon body. He didn't choose to leave. Instead, he planned to use the power of the Phoenix Spirit Fire Stone to break through to the 5th level of the rebirth realm. Moreover, he wanted to kill the second reincarnation beast like Xiao Bai and obtain 2 chances to condense the power of reincarnation. Although he had just broken through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm, his strength was still about the same as when he was at the 3rd level of the rebirth realm. He didn't have time to consolidate his strength, so he could only use less than half of his strength after his breakthrough. However, he didn't plan to consolidate his strength now. He planned to raise his realm twice in a row and consolidate his strength at the same time. As a result, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the field became even denser. All of it was absorbed into Kong Shinmu's body and gathered in his limbs and bones. The aura of his black dragon body continued to rise rapidly. Everyone couldn't help but turn around when they saw this. The girls, including Gu Xinyue, also turned around and looked at the rising dragon square in surprise. He's going to make another breakthrough? Everyone thought of this possibility, but they subconsciously felt that it was a little unbelievable. It wasn't that no one could make consecutive breakthroughs, but it wasn't necessary. After breaking through to the next level, his strength hadn't been consolidated yet. Therefore, it would be good if he could use half of his strength. Therefore, it wasn't necessary. Moreover, Kong Shinmu's next step was to break through to the 5th level of the rebirth realm. A second reincarnation beast would appear at that time. If Kong Shinmu made a breakthrough now, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving up on the second reincarnation beast? In the opinion of many dragon martial artists, it would be impossible for them to defeat the second reincarnation behemoth if they had made successive breakthroughs without stabilizing their strength. However, those young geniuses all laughed out loud. Indeed, this kid is just a mediocre person. He even gave up on the chance to defeat a second reincarnation beast. He's thinking of breaking through more levels and obtaining better results when the sacred tower of 5 extremes mysterious ice opens in 4 days. What a pity. Even if he makes consecutive breakthroughs now, he still doesn't have time to consolidate his strength. He won't be able to unleash much of his strength in the sacred tower. However, a breakthrough is better than no breakthrough at all. Now that he has made 2 consecutive breakthroughs, he might really be able to pass one more level in the sacred tower. Maybe he can pass the 3rd level and become a 3rd-class disciple? This result is already very good. It's a pity that his talent is still lacking compared to Xiaobai's. In the end, he still gave up on killing a second reincarnation beast. The opportunity to condense samsara power is extremely limited, and it represents a person's future achievements. The last sentence was, in a sense, not wrong. The degree of condensation of the samsara power indeed represented a dragon martial artist's achievements. However, this was limited to dragon martial artists who couldn't break through to the super divine dragon level. Once one broke through to the super divine dragon level, the degree of condensation of the samsara power wouldn't be that decisive. Of course, it was still useful. If all 5 samsara power were condensed, it would roughly increase the strength of a super divine dragon by about 20%. Furthermore, Kang Xinmu wouldn't give up on killing a second reincarnation beast. It could only be said that these spectators had no idea about Kang Xinmu's strength. Chapter 46-79. In Kang Xinmu's opinion, this was all part of his plan. It wasn't something he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Just as everyone turned around to look at him, several circles of heaven and earth spirit energy had already gathered around the pitch-black divine dragon that he had transformed into. The heaven and earth spirit energy had gathered to form several layers of tornadoes that were waiting to be devoured by him. If it had been anyone else, they would have needed a few days to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, for Kang Xinmu, his devouring power was the best tool to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Furthermore, the Phoenix Spirit Fire Stone had also gathered a lot of Dragon Mark energy. After all, the Dragon Mark energy in the 5 extremes mysterious Ice City was quite rich. The rich Dragon Mark energy helped Kang Xinmu to continuously consolidate his 4th-level Dragon Emperor blood essence. Many people present noticed this phenomenon and guessed that Kang Xinmu had only broken through to the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor blood essence not long ago. He probably wouldn't even be able to unleash half of the power of the 4th-level Dragon Emperor blood essence, right? Compared to an ordinary 4th-level Dragon Emperor martial artist, his combat strength was definitely much weaker. It seems like this fellow really doesn't intend to kill a second reincarnation beast. It could only be said that they really knew nothing about power. The process of Kang Xinmu's continuous devouring of the heaven and earth spirit energy was already very terrifying in the eyes of some powerful people. For example, Gu Xinyue's expression turned grave when she saw the speed at which Kang Xinmu was devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. She had never heard of such a speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Even if she possessed the Phoenix Spirit Fire Rock, she would probably need a few days to completely absorb the spiritual energy within the spiritual energy storm of the world. However, Kang Xinmu, in just 5 minutes, he had completely devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy storm. Then, the aura of the entire Black Dragon skyrocketed. The aura of the Black Dragon's body started to rise from the 4th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm to the 5th level. This process was so fast that the surrounding people didn't even have time to react. Kang Xinmu was already trying to break through to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. At the same time, a flaming beast that was almost twice as powerful as the previous reincarnation beast appeared in the sky above the rising dragon square. The appearance of this gigantic flaming beast had everyone in the surroundings stumped. After all, they had only been guessing previously. However, when they saw the reincarnation beast, they knew that Jiang Shenwu was really planning to break through 2 cultivation levels consecutively. This was simply courting death. It wasn't that it was impossible, but that Jiang Shenwu would lose the possibility of killing a second reincarnation behemoth. This way, Kang Shinmu would lose the chance of killing a second reincarnation spirit energy reincarnation. For a dragon monarch, every time they condensed the power of samsara, it was equivalent to breaking through a realm. If they reached the peak of the 9th stage of the samsara realm and condensed the power of samsara 5 times, then the strength of such a dragon martial artist would be more than 50% stronger than an ordinary dragon martial artist. Therefore, the disciples of the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land wouldn't slack off in their cultivation. This was related to the upper limit of one's strength. However, in their eyes, it was a pity that Kang Shinmu had given up on such an opportunity. In their opinion, Kang Shinmu had just broken through to the 4th level of the rebirth tribulation realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Moreover, the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence had just broken through to the 4th level of the dragon emperor and had yet to consolidate. The gap between the two was huge. It was almost impossible to kill a second reincarnation beast with such a gap. However, how could they know how confident Kang Shinmu was? The first reincarnation beast to break through to the 5th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Kang Shinmu lifted his head and looked at the reincarnation beast above his head. This fellow was much stronger than the previous reincarnation beast. It definitely couldn't be defeated by the void dragon raising the sky break. Since that was the case, 9th level ultimate Dao flood dragon burst. Kang Shinmu's 9th level ultimate Dao flood dragon burst was cultivated to the 3rd level. 3 consecutive dark light explosions were unleashed at this moment. At the same time, he used the divine dragon tyrant body technique to attack. When he used the void dragon raising the sky break to kill the reincarnation beast, it was also in an offensive state. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so destructive. After all, it was just a low-grade origin source dragon martial technique. But now, he had directly jumped from the low-grade origin source dragon martial technique to the high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique. The level of this dragon martial technique had increased by 6 levels in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the eyes of the surrounding dragon martial artists to reveal a hint of surprise and fervor. A high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique. A dragon martial technique of this level was extremely precious to the disciples of the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land. It was worth around 1,000 golden dragon coins. Even a large family clan might not be able to casually take it out. The disciples of the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land aimed to obtain a high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique before reaching the super mystical dragon level. They would have to work hard for a few years before they could obtain it, and that was only if they were lucky. But now, not only did Kang Shinmu possess a high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, but he had also cultivated it to a pretty good level. 9th level ultimate Dao flood dragon burst was a total of 9 levels. Now that Kang Shinmu could already unleash 3 levels, the destructive power he could unleash was definitely not weak. This meant that Kang Shinmu had obtained this high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique for a long time. Under everyone's shocked and envious gazes, Jiang Shenwu struck out with a move. Triple black dragon light burst instantly erupted. As the power of the divine dragon tyrant body condensed in an offensive state, the 3rd dark dragon burst almost instantly blew up the reincarnation beast. The terrifying power directly tore the reincarnation beast into pieces. It didn't have the slightest ability to resist. This scene caused the surrounding people to be completely stunned. This Kang Shinmu was actually so powerful. Even an ordinary reincarnation beast wouldn't be killed so easily, right? When other people broke through, they would need to fight with the reincarnation beast for a period of time before they could kill it. However, Kang Xinmu killed it instantly every time he appeared. Just based on this alone, they couldn't deny Kang Xinmu's talent and combat power. However, everyone, including Gu Xinyue, was very confused. Kang Xinmu was clearly talented, but why was he so stupid? He actually gave up on killing the second reincarnation beast and gave up on the opportunity to condense the samsara power? Gu Xinyue was very clear that based on the strength that Kang Xinmu had displayed, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the second reincarnation beast, even if it was a high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. However, apart from the high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, Kang Xinmu would at most have the assistance of a dragon weapon. The possibility of him killing the second reincarnation beast was not high. Gu Xinyue sighed. It was a pity that such a genius had actually given up on the opportunity to condense the samsara power. Chapter 4680. In everyone's opinion, it was almost impossible for Kang Xinmu to kill the second reincarnation beast. That was because the second reincarnation beast was definitely several times stronger than the first one. It was even possible for it to be 4 or 5 times stronger. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Even Xiaobai did not dare to break through the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor before facing the second reincarnation beast. She had also cultivated the high-level Holy Spirit Dragon martial technique. In this aspect, she had an advantage over the many young geniuses in the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice City. However, even she had a hard time winning. However, no one knew what terrifying techniques Kang Xinmu had. When he killed the first reincarnation behemoth with the 9 ultimate Dao roaring dragon explosion, the second reincarnation behemoth immediately appeared. Most people would have given up at this point. They would have removed their divine dragon form and the second reincarnation behemoth would have dissipated. However, Kang Xinmu did not remove his divine dragon form. He still maintained his black dragon form and floated in the air above the rising dragon square. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to deal with the second reincarnation beast? That's impossible. He has just broken through. How can he deal with a reincarnation beast of this level? But he did not remove his divine dragon form. Moreover, his aura is still increasing. I'm afraid he really intends to deal with this reincarnation beast. The expressions of everyone, including Gu Xinyue, changed drastically. They had originally thought that Kang Xinmu would not be able to deal with the second reincarnation beast. However, Kang Xinmu's current stance was like a slap to their faces. He actually wanted to deal with the second reincarnation beast. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone could not help but scoff. They felt that Kang Xinmu was too arrogant. Even Gu Xinyue, who had previously thought that Kang Xinmu was a promising talent, now felt that Kang Xinmu did not have a clear understanding of himself. The second reincarnation beast did not wait for Kang Xinmu to prepare. As soon as it condensed into appearance, it erupted with a wave of ferocious attacks, and it transformed into a flaming whirlwind that descended from the sky and swept towards the black dragon that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. A terrifying pressure. Even the people outside the rising dragon square could feel the terrifying power of this reincarnation beast. This power was probably equivalent to a powerful existence on the 7th level of the Dragon Emperor. Was this really something an ordinary Dragon Emperor level 4 Kang Xinmu could deal with? Moreover, Kang Xinmu seemed to have just broken through to the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor and had yet to consolidate his cultivation. In everyone's opinion, Kang Xinmu was likely to be killed by the reincarnation behemoth. But soon, everyone was shocked. They saw that the violent flaming whirlwind bombarded Kang Xinmu's divine dragon body, but it could not break through Kang Xinmu's defense. They clearly hadn't seen Jiang Shenwu use any powerful defensive techniques. He had merely used his divine dragon body to block the reincarnation behemoth's attack with his physical body. Terrifying. Shocking. Everyone finally changed their opinion of Kang Xinmu. This scene alone proved that Kang Xinmu was not an ignorant brat. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Kang Xinmu used the divine dragon tyrant body technique and activated the guardian stance. In this state, the power of the divine dragon tyrant body enveloped his entire body, making his defense extremely terrifying. Even the first attack of the second reincarnation behemoth did not hurt Kang Xinmu at all. This was mainly because Kang Xinmu had just devoured 2 reincarnation behemoths, and the attribute of the reincarnation behemoth's power was the same. After Kang Xinmu devoured the power of 2 reincarnation behemoths, his resistance to the reincarnation behemoth's attack had increased by several times. This was the strength of the devouring power. The reincarnation behemoth's attack did not kill Kang Xinmu, but the raging flames in the field became even more intense. This scene made the dragon martialists outside the Rising Dragon Square extremely nervous. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and they did not dare to underestimate Kang Xinmu anymore. It was as if all the mockery they had for him previously had vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. Too powerful. This fellow. No wonder Xiaobai said that this young man's talent surpassed all the young talents in the 5 extremes mysterious ice city. The stronger ones were yet to come. Kang Xinmu did not even use the power of the dragon weapon. The reincarnation behemoth became stronger and stronger, but Kang Xinmu's resistance to its power also became stronger as he continued to devour it. Therefore, the reincarnation behemoth could not hurt Kang Xinmu at all. In fact, after 15 minutes, Kang Xinmu devoured enough of the reincarnation behemoth's raging flame power. In the next moment, the raging flame power erupted in the form of the 9 extreme Dao roaring dragon explosion. The raging flame power had already been transformed into the purest devouring power, so much so that Kang Xinmu's body could no longer contain it. His devouring space was already filled with this power. At this moment, this power completely erupted and condensed into 3 extremely terrifying black dragon breaths. In an instant, they bombarded the reincarnation behemoth. When the 3 black dragon breaths hit the reincarnation behemoth's body, it actually shattered into pieces and exploded in all directions. In the end, it turned into the purest source of the samsara power and was devoured by Kang Xinmu. He began to condense his samsara power. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to fall silent when the reincarnation beast exploded into pieces. Previously, they had thought that Kang Xinmu was a fool. But now, who would dare to say that this fellow was a fool? This was too terrifying. He was actually able to resist the attack of the second reincarnation behemoth with his physical body. Moreover, the attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, yet they were unable to hurt him. What kind of level had this fellow's defense reached? Could a body-tempering dragon technique really be this terrifying? Every one of them was shocked. Even Gu Xinyue was shocked. Stars appeared in the eyes of her 2 female cousins. This Kang Xinmu is so handsome. Even I am starting to admire Kang Xinmu, let alone Xiaobai. I have never seen anyone kill a second reincarnation behemoth in such a dominating manner. He is too strong. How many levels can he surpass? I don't know. In my opinion, he should be able to fight against a 7th-level Dragon Emperor. Perhaps he can even kill a 7th-level Dragon Emperor. Wouldn't he be as strong as my cousin then? Gu Xinyue was only at the 9th-level Dragon Emperor and was a 5th-class disciple of the 5 extreme mysterious Ice Holy Land. Given the combat strength that Kang Xinmu had just displayed, it was very safe for him to become a 3rd-class disciple. He might even become a 4th-class disciple. Chapter 4681. Gu Xinyue was also shocked. She had originally come to look at Jiang Shenwu with a lofty attitude. After all, every single level of difference between the disciples of the 5 extreme profound ice holy land was a massive gap. It required a great deal of hard work to break through. Hence, she had thought that Kang Xinmu would at most become a second-grade disciple or a third-grade disciple. There was a huge gap between him and a fifth-grade disciple like her. However, it seemed like the gap between her and Kang Xinmu wasn't that huge. Of course, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that Kang Xinmu wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. On the other hand, she had put in a lot of hard work to break through to the level of a super mystical dragon. She had even been preparing to break through recently. Once she broke through, she would basically become a 6th-grade disciple, which would be another grade. It wouldn't be that easy to catch up to. Of course, Gu Xinyue had already developed a lot of interest in Kang Xinmu. This young man definitely wasn't like the rumors made him out to be. Even though Kang Xinmu had created such a huge miracle, he didn't care about the attitude of the people around him. Instead, he focused on absorbing the samsara power and refining his samsara innate ability. At the moment, Kang Xinmu's speed had slowed down. He wasn't in a hurry. What followed was the boring process of consolidating his strength. During this process, the people on the Rising Dragon Plaza wouldn't disturb him, as he had paid for it. He broke through from the 3rd to the 4th and then to the 5th level of the samsara realm. Furthermore, he had defeated the 2nd samsara beast, which was equivalent to him leveling up 3 times. Even though he could only control 50% of his strength each time, it was still enough to make his current strength at least double what it had been before. Of course, he had just broken through and was refining the samsara power, so the speed at which he consolidated his strength was very fast. In the next few days, Kang Xinmu could completely consolidate his strength to 70% to 80%. That way, his combat strength would be much stronger than before. It was no longer a problem for him to kill a mentor like Chou Jingyun. Of course, Kang Xinmu had not met the 7th level of the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God's Great World, so he did not know how strong they were. But no matter what, Kang Xinmu's goal was to pass the 4th level of the 5 Extreme Profound Ice Holy Tower and become a 4th-class disciple of the 5 Extreme Profound Ice Holy Land. Until the sky gradually darkened. Most of the people in the surroundings had already left. When they left, they were still clicking their tongues in wonder. They believed that Kang Xinmu's deeds would soon spread throughout the entire 5 Extremes mysterious ice city. Because of this, the mockery towards Kang Xinmu would definitely disappear completely. When the sky gradually darkened, Kang Xinmu finally finished condensing the samsara power. Now, all that was left was to consolidate it. He could go back and consolidate it. Therefore, he left the Rising Dragon Square. However, just as he walked out of the Rising Dragon Plaza, he was startled outside the entrance. He saw many dragon martial artists waiting outside, and when they saw him coming out, they all went to welcome him. Young Master Jiang. I'm the daughter of the Shengguan family's patriarch, one of the 7 great families in the city. I wonder if you have the time to have dinner with this little girl? Young Master Jiang, I represent our demon-suppressing divine dragon sect master to extend an invitation to you. Please consider joining our demon-suppressing divine dragon sect. For a moment, countless people in front of Kang Xinmu spoke to him, inviting him to have dinner with them. Among these people, many were representing their family factions, inviting Kang Xinmu to serve them. In order to do so, they could provide sufficient cultivation resources to nurture Kang Xinmu. Of course, this didn't stop Kang Xinmu from joining the 5 Extreme Profound Ice Holy Land. The reason why a holy land was because it transcended worldly concerns and stood above all other sects and factions. In principle, a disciple of the 5 Extreme Profound Ice Holy Land could choose to join other sects and factions, and serve those sects and factions. However, the most important thing was to put the interests of the 5 extreme profound ice Holy Land first. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the Holy Land. However, Kang Xinmu didn't have any plans to join any family faction now. He pushed the crowd away with both hands, feeling somewhat puzzled. These people were really too crazy. Was he really such a genius? If he asked this question, everyone present would definitely answer him unanimously. Yes, you are such a genius. The scene of him fighting the second reincarnation beast had made everyone's blood boil. It had been truly satisfying. In front of the second reincarnation beast, Kang Xinmu didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. He had practically crushed his opponent in an absolutely dominating manner. There weren't many people in the entire 5 extreme profound ice Holy Land who could obtain this kind of glory. It was obvious that Kang Xinmu would definitely rise to become an extremely powerful existence in the future. However, Kang Xinmu wasn't interested in these people's recruitment. Thus, he could only reject them as he walked out of the crowd and returned to his inn. Only now did he understand how Xiaobai had felt when she had returned the day before. It was simply torture to have so many people following her. However, they were still very enthusiastic, and there was no way to stop them at all. Many family factions had come to invite Kang Xinmu. Many young misses had also come to invite him to dinner. They wanted to get to know him. If they could catch Kang Xinmu's eye, they might be able to obtain a great genius for their family. These families, sects, and factions all competed with each other for benefits. One had to know that the chaotic battlefield was the best place to get rich. However, in the chaotic battlefield, it wasn't that the higher one's cultivation or the higher the grade of the inheritance, the easier it was to obtain good things. The most important thing was to have the ability to crush those of the same cultivation level. This was because many ruins had restrictions on the grades of the inheritances of the major races. For example, many ruins had restrictions. Only those below the 5th level of the Emperor tier could enter. Kang Xinmu was such a super strong 4th level Dragon Emperor. Just like Su Sanluo. Su Sanluo was extremely famous in the chaotic battlefield. He had obtained too many precious cultivation resources for the void human race. This was why his status was so transcendent. Right now, Kang Xinmu's cultivation level was only slightly lower. However, he could easily kill the second reincarnation beast. His future was already very promising. Even if Kang Xinmu's compatibility with the divine dragon's blood essence wasn't very high, it didn't matter. He could choose not to break through and directly enter the ruins to explore in the chaotic battlefield. He could still obtain unimaginable wealth. Perhaps Kang Xinmu could even become the next Su Sanluo. Many people thought to themselves. Chapter 4682. When Kang Xinmu returned to the inn, there was a group of people following behind him. However, he didn't want to bother with these people. After all, he knew that these people only recruited him because they valued the benefits he could bring. Therefore, Kang Xinmu wasn't like Xiaobai yesterday. He didn't even say a word and went straight into the inn. These people naturally couldn't follow him in. Kang Xinmu went straight back to his courtyard. The courtyard was protected by an array formation. These people couldn't barge in, right? However, when Kang Xinmu returned to the courtyard, he realized that there were 2 people in the courtyard. One of them was Xiaobai, and the other was also a beauty. Furthermore, she was a very strong beauty. The 2 women were drinking tea in the courtyard. It seemed like they were waiting for Kang Xinmu to return. When Kang Xinmu returned, the 2 women's eyes lit up. "Hello, Kang Xinmu." The unfamiliar beauty smiled sweetly and bowed slightly. "I'm Gu Xinhua from the Gu family in the 5 Extremes mysterious ice city." "Oh, hello." Kang Xinmu nodded without any special expression. He had no idea about the families in the Five Extremes mysterious ice city and had never heard of Gu Xinyue. Therefore, he naturally didn't have any reaction. However, Xiao Bai covered her mouth and chuckled. Warm Moon is in the Five Extremes mysterious ice holy land. She's about to break through to become a 6th-class disciple. When she breaks through to the super mystical dragon, it won't be a problem. Oh. When Kang Xinmu heard this, he was a little surprised. He thought that Gu Xinyue was very young. He didn't expect that she was already about to break through to the super mystical dragon. He couldn't help but think of the little princess from the demon god race, Sui. The cultivation resources that Sui received were definitely the best in the world. However, the grade of her inherited blood essence was only equivalent to that of the Dragon King when she was with Kang Xinmu. However, Sui was definitely younger than Gu Xinyue. Although Gu Xinyue looked young, she was actually much older than Kang Xinmu. I'm afraid he's close to 30 years old. Of course, to be able to become a super divine dragon at such a young age was already considered a super genius. Even in the entire Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Lands, there would be a place for her. Why would such a person come looking for them? Kang Xinmu was puzzled. Were they here to recruit them as well? Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu had no interest in joining these forces. Gu Xinyue seemed to have seen through Kang Xinmu's doubts. She chuckled and said, "I didn't come here to ask you to join the Gu family and work for the Gu family. I just wanted to tell you a piece of news. Our Gu family discovered a supreme relic in the Chaos Battlefield. The restrictions on this supreme relic only allow dragon martial artists below the 5th level of the martial emperor level to enter. Of course, there will be competitors from other races. However, I believe that if the two of you work together to enter this supreme relic, you will definitely gain a lot, right? With your strength, it won't be a problem to deal with ordinary 4th-level martial emperors. Therefore, if the two of you are willing, you can make a trip there after joining the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Lands. This time, our Gu family will only take 10% of the profits. What do you think?" This piece of news was very important to Kang Xinmu. After coming to the Dragon God's great world, how could he quickly improve? Cultivate in the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Lands? Although the dragon mark here was rich in energy, in terms of speed of improvement, it was definitely not as fast as exploring the Supreme Relic. Moreover, Kang Xinmu was extremely tempted by the Supreme Relic. This was because if he swallowed the remains of a Supreme Expert in the Supreme Relic, it would greatly improve the grade of his blood essence inheritance. Previously, when he swallowed the remains of a Supreme Myriad Tribulation Ghost Fire Demon God, his blood essence inheritance of the Demon God race had increased by several levels. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Therefore, to Kang Xinmu, the fastest way was to go to the Supreme Relic. Of course, he couldn't show this. Under normal circumstances, if one just joined the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Lands, they would definitely cultivate in seclusion. If they could break through to the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor, then Kang Xinmu's strength would increase greatly. And at this time, Gu Xinyue came to find Kang Xinmu and the others, obviously hoping that they would go to the Supreme Relic to explore when they were at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor. She couldn't go herself, and the Gu clan didn't have any suitable candidates either. Rather than helplessly watch as the Supreme Ruins were explored by others, it was better to recruit 2 experts and bring some of their outstanding young talents to give it a try. Without Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai, the Gu family definitely didn't plan to enter the Supreme Relic. This was because the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor martial artists of the Gu clan were not very strong. There were 2 men and 2 women in the direct line of descent, and their cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Rebirth Tribulation realm. However, in terms of the cultivation of the dragon martial technique and the mastery of the dragon weapon, they could not compare to the true experts. Their strength could only be said to be average. If they entered the Supreme Relic casually, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to come out. However, with Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai leading the way, it would be different. Gu Xinyue had absolute trust in Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai's strength. In the Supreme Relic, not only could Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai be invincible, it would also be very easy for them to protect the young people of the Gu family. The only possible danger would come from the Supreme Relic itself. As for the competitors of other races, they didn't need to worry too much. Unless an existence on the level of Su Sun Luo appeared. However, not every race had an expert on the level of Su Sun Luo. Therefore, Gu Xinyue had taken a fancy to Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai. Since that's the case, we'll discuss this matter after the Sacred Tower of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice is opened. Right now, we have to focus on clearing the Sacred Tower. Kang Xinmu said after thinking for a while. That's what I should do. Warm Moon wishes the two of you victory in advance and clearing the higher levels of the Sacred Tower. Gu Xinyue said with a sweet smile. Thank you. Kang Xinmu cupped his hands together. In that case, Warm Moon will leave first. See you at the sacred ground in 3 days. Gu Xinyue bowed slightly and left the courtyard. She was very polite to Kang Xinmu. Although she was a powerful existence on the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor, she didn't put on any airs. She wasn't like the envoys sent by the other families who were all arrogant. Gu Xinyue was a strong woman. The grade of her divine dragon blood essence inheritance was the same as Linghu Dai's. Moreover, the two of them would soon break through to the super divine dragon level. In comparison, Linghu Dai was a dragon martial artist of the dragon martial continent. Her cultivation resources were inferior to those of Gu Xinyue. Therefore, Linghu Dai's talent was definitely better than Gu Xinyue's. As for their innate blood essence compatibility, Kang Xinmu didn't look at it. If he could see it himself, he would definitely look at each person's compatibility. However, only the Black Dragon's consciousness could see it. Chapter 4683. After Gu Xinyue left, Xiao Bai smiled and asked, "The situation is not bad." Even Gu Xinyue was attracted. I heard the news yesterday that this Gu Xinyue might become a 6th-class disciple when the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Tower opens. This also meant that Gu Xinyue's strength had already reached the level of a Super Shenlong. Would she break through to Super Shenlong and challenge the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Tower? The Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Tower opened once a year for half a month each time. During this half a month, one could challenge the Holy Tower at any time. For Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai, of course they could wait until their strength had more or less stabilized after breaking through. But for Gu Xinyue, she might need to cultivate for a period of time. She should have reached a small bottleneck, otherwise she wouldn't be wandering around outside. This kind of small bottleneck wasn't a real bottleneck. She just needed a little rest and then she could break through in one go. Kang Xinmu nodded and said, "The Supreme Relic is a very good place for us to train. Fighting with the experts of other races in the Supreme Relic is very helpful for raising our battle strength. It's mainly in terms of battle reaction in different environments. This is very important." Xiao Bai also agreed. Then after we become disciples of the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Tower, we will directly go to the Supreme Relic? The opening of the Supreme Relic seems to have a time limit. So after we pass the Five Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Tower, we will go to the Gu family to ask about the situation. Kang Xinmu said. He was rather looking forward to the Supreme Relic. Even if the Supreme Relic didn't belong to the Dragon God race, the Demon God race, or the Void Human race, it was still very useful to him. Because other than the power of inheritance, the major races actually had something in common. The attribute of each power was one of the most basic attributes. So by devouring the corpses of the supreme experts of other races, Kang Xinmu would definitely be able to improve. At most, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would quickly overflow and he would be able to quickly increase his cultivation level. There was nothing more to say after that. The two of them began to go into seclusion to consolidate their recently increased strength. Among them, Xiaobai had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. She had directly condensed the innate power of reincarnation. When she used various ice attribute dragon martial techniques, their power had at least doubled. This was already a terrifying increase. Furthermore, after her return, she had used the rich dragon mark energy in the underground training ground of the Yin to break through to the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor's divine dragon blood essence. This allowed the destructive power of her reincarnation power to increase explosively once again. It was just that she hadn't consolidated her power yet, so she could only unleash half of it at most. In a short period of time, she would not be able to completely consolidate these powers. They had to challenge the sacred pagoda of Pentapek's profound ice within 7 days at most. In any case, the fastest way to consolidate their strength was within 7 days. In 7 days, the two of them should be able to consolidate their strength to about 70 to 80%. There was still 20 to 30% left. Even if he couldn't consolidate it, the impact wouldn't be too great. He could continue to consolidate it later. After entering the sacred pagoda of Pentapek's profound ice, the cultivation environment was much better. The dragon mark energy and the spirit chi of heaven and earth were much more abundant. Although it was easy for them to raise their cultivation level now, after reaching the 5th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm, they needed to spend a lot of time and absorb a lot of spirit chi of heaven and earth to raise their cultivation level. Furthermore, the higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to consolidate their strength, and the more time it would take. Which of the peak 9th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm hadn't cultivated for decades? It definitely wouldn't be easy for Kong Xinmu and the rest to catch up to this gap. Of course, Kong Xinmu didn't need to catch up to those fellows. He only needed to raise his cultivation level by 2 more levels. If he could kill a second reincarnation beast every time, he would be equivalent to a 9th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. After all, as long as he could kill a second reincarnation beast every time he broke through, he would be able to condense 1 more reincarnation power. This was equivalent to raising his cultivation level by 1 more level. It was precisely because of this that all the dragon martial artists were so passionate about it. Unfortunately, there were very few dragon martial artists who could do it. Even among the disciples of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land, only 10% of the geniuses could do it. As for those who could kill a reincarnation beast every time they raised their cultivation level, they were even rarer. Some geniuses even regretted not being able to kill a second reincarnation beast. This was because they were too harsh on themselves, and at the same time, they had some obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was easier for Xiaobai to encounter such a situation. However, Kong Xinmu shouldn't miss out on this. No matter what, as long as Xiaobai cultivated the high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, there would be more hope. In the next 7 days, Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai continuously consolidated their cultivation level, increasing their strength even more. Compared to when they had just broken through, their strength had increased by more than 20%. It was about time for them to make a move. At this time, the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy tower had already been opened for 3 days. They had paid an additional 3 days' worth of gold dragon coins to the innkeeper, which allowed them to stay for 3 more days. Then, they held hands and headed to the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land. The 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land was 600 miles away from the 5 extremes mysterious ice city. For a dragon martial artist at the level of the Dragon Emperor, this distance could be reached in a little over 2 hours. Moreover, for Kong Xinmu, there was no need for him to fly like this. After he had ascertained the location of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land, he immediately used the wind shadow flowing cloud flash with Xiaobai. Because he had devoured the comprehension of the Supreme Sage realm, this dragon martial technique could not only be used continuously, but it also consumed very little energy. Moreover, it could allow him to travel very far. The distance of 600 miles was practically crossed in the blink of an eye. Of course, it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to take out the instant magic ring now. This was because he had left the black concealing dragon stone with Xiao Yuhua and the others to ensure their safety. Therefore, if the current Kang Xinmu used the instant magic ring, it would be very difficult to eliminate the demonic aura. If that happened, it would very likely attract a great deal of trouble. In any case, Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai quickly arrived at the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. This was a city covered in ice and snow. Amidst the ice and snow, there were countless tower-like buildings that towered into the clouds. They were beautiful and magnificent, as if they were directly connected to the peak of the sky. This was the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. These white tower-like buildings were where the disciples of the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land cultivated and lived. Behind the white tower-like buildings, there were many more magnificent buildings that were hidden in the clouds, faintly discernible. Chapter 4684. When he arrived at the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land, Kang Xinmu discovered that there were dragon martialists everywhere. Divine dragons of various attributes that filled the sky constantly appeared in front of him and Xiao Bai. The divine dragons that these dragon martialists transformed into were all extremely powerful existences. At the very least, they were at the level of the Dragon Emperor's divine dragon inheritance blood essence. As for their cultivation realm, it was related to their age. Some of the older ones were at the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth tribulation realm, but some of the younger dragon martialists were more talented and had reached a higher level of divine dragon inheritance blood essence earlier. These young dragon martialists were at every level of the rebirth tribulation realm, but none had yet to reach the rebirth tribulation realm. Presumably, it was difficult for dragon martialists who had yet to reach the rebirth tribulation realm to break through to the Dragon Emperor's level. Kang Xinmu was already at his limit, let alone the others. Of course, the higher the cultivation realm of the dragon martialist, the greater the advantage of challenging the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Tower. This was very obvious. However, there was an age limit for the disciples of the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. They had to be below 30 years old when they first joined. Therefore, those who wanted to wait until the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth tribulation realm to join the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land were basically useless. Moreover, even if they had already become a disciple of the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land, they would still lose points due to their age when challenging the sacred tower. The older they were, the more serious the loss of points. Generally speaking, the full score for a certain level of the sacred tower was 100 points. As long as they reached 60 points, they would be considered to have passed and obtain the corresponding level of disciple title. And the older they were, the points they would receive would decrease. It was possible that older dragon martialists would need 70 to 80 points to be considered to have passed, so this was also relatively fair. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai flew over and discovered that the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land was already very lively. The entire Frost Ice Holy Land was filled with dragon martialists, some of them in groups of 2s and 3s. They landed at the main entrance of the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land and saw two powerful guards with the aura of a super divine dragon. The two guards were meticulously inspecting the people who passed by. After Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai went over and reported their identities, they were let in. Basically, it wasn't difficult to enter the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. Of course, this was only possible during the half a month that the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Tower opened. Other than that, one could only enter the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land through special channels, such as being invited or being captured as a criminal. Within this half a month, the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Pagoda would open. As long as one wasn't a wanted dragon martial artist, they would basically be allowed to enter the Holy Land. Kong Xinmu and Xiaobai walked towards the 5 Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land together. As they walked through the ice pavilions that looked like white jade, they felt like they were in a fairyland. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was extremely dense. If one were to talk about the density of the dragon mark's energy, just in the outer region of the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice, the density of the dragon mark's energy was more than 10 times that of the Heaven's Core region in the Martial Dragon continent. It could be seen that in the inner region and the core region, the density of the dragon mark's energy was even more terrifying. As for the specific density of the dragon mark's energy, Kong Xinmu didn't know. He hadn't seen it yet. They kept moving forward, heading towards the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Pagoda. Along the way, they heard many dragon martial artists who came to participate in the test of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Pagoda sighing. Some of them had returned from the chaotic battlefield. They knew that the overall situation of the dragon gods was not very good recently, and they were quite worried about the country and its people. And some people had simply returned from the main battlefield of the Dragon God's Great World. The so-called main battlefield of the Dragon God's Great World was a matter where a total of 4 races joined forces to attack the Dragon Gods. Now, many supreme divine dragons in the Holy Land had gone to resist the alliance of the 4 races. Only a few supreme divine dragons would stay in the Holy Land to guard it. It was also an extremely important matter, and they couldn't leave at will. It could be said that the supreme divine dragons in the Dragon God's Great World were in a very tense state. Otherwise, Emperor Shi Divine Dragon and the Dragon of Calamity wouldn't have left the Dragon Martial Continent alone. They really had no choice. The 4 races joined forces to attack several places in the Dragon God's Great World. 2 of them were 2 holy lands. Now, many supreme divine dragons had gone to help guard them. There were probably more than 100 supreme divine dragons gathered in each holy land. There was another place that was a forbidden land. That forbidden land could be said to be an important place in the Dragon God's Great World. It was the place where the ancestor dragon died a long time ago. That place was extremely sacred, and it was the place where supreme divine dragons advanced and cultivated. That place was also attacked, and it was also a very important place. At least 100 supreme divine dragons were sent to guard it. It should be known that the races that attacked that place were extremely powerful, and they had sent too many people. This time, the 4 races were determined to peel off a layer of skin from the Dragon God's Great World. They wanted to reap even more benefits. As for the supreme divine dragons of the remaining race, they were basically wandering on the Dragon Martial Continent, trying to find a gap to attack the hinterland of the Dragon God's Great World. Unfortunately. In addition, there were also hundreds of supreme divine dragons searching and patrolling the border of the Dragon God's Great World. They formed an extremely vast defensive barrier. Although it couldn't completely stop the opponent from entering the Dragon God's Great World, they could clearly sense that once someone broke through the barrier, they would immediately find out and send people to surround them. It was said that there were already 3 supreme divine dragons who had invaded the Dragon God's Great World. One of them was wantonly killing dragon warriors. Unfortunately, he was quickly caught and brutally killed on the spot. There were still 2 who had not made any movements, but the Dragon God's Great World cultivators couldn't find them. Now, these 2 invading supreme divine dragons could be said to be a hidden danger to the Dragon God's Great World. All the important places in the Dragon God's Great World were guarded by supreme divine dragons, and they would not slack off in the slightest. However, because there weren't enough supreme divine dragons, a place like the 5 Extreme Dark Ice Holy Land only had 1 supreme dragon martialist guarding it. It should be known that under normal circumstances, there would be at least 2 supreme divine dragon warriors stationed there. The current situation was tense, and they could feel it a little when they were in the 5 Extremes Dark Ice City. However, the atmosphere in the city was quite peaceful. After all, the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land was still far from the border of the Dragon God's great world. However, now the Holy Tower of the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land was opened. Many senior divine dragon warriors, who were training outside and fighting against the alien races, had returned. They wanted to break through the higher levels of the Holy Tower so that their cultivation could go to a higher level. Therefore, many of them were divine dragon warriors who had returned from the war outside. The whole atmosphere was quite tense and intense. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai were also somewhat affected. They could clearly feel that the current crisis of the Dragon God's great world made many powerful divine dragon warriors somewhat pessimistic. Chapter 4685. Of course, people at the level of Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai could not do anything about such a big matter. It was not that Kang Xinmu felt that it was none of his business, but he felt that he could not help much. Even if he went to the battlefield and faced the enemy powerhouses, he would not be able to do anything. He might as well improve himself as quickly as possible. Only by becoming stronger could he be of any use to the situation. Moreover, Kang Xinmu did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Dragon God's great world. Admittedly, he had started by cultivating the divine dragon's inheritance, but now he also cultivated the inheritance of the demon god race and the inheritance of the void human race's power of void. The Dragon God's great world had previously allowed the Dragon Martial Continent to be fought over and enslaved by the 9 races. This matter still made Kang Xinmu feel very uncomfortable. Of course, no matter what, he was still a member of the Dragon Gods. If it really came to a time when he needed to fight, he would not hesitate. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai walked together in the holy lands of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice toward the Sacred Tower. Along the way, they saw many people discussing the situation of the challenge. The Sacred Tower had a total of 9 levels. The number of levels one could pass determined the class of disciple. Moreover, because there were many people challenging the levels every year, it was impossible to let people start from the first level. Every time, they would directly decide on a level and challenge it themselves. If they passed, they would directly become a first-class disciple. If they did not pass, they would fail. For the disciples of the Holy Lands of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice, challenging the levels was also a way to improve. Similarly, they only had one chance to choose a level every year. For these disciples, their improvement was basically smooth. They only had to challenge a higher level every year. But for the newcomers who wanted to become a disciple of the Holy Lands of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice, for example, Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai, the level they chose was very important. Kang Xinmu planned to challenge the 4th level directly, while Xiao Bai was preparing to challenge the 3rd level. With their current combat strength, it should not be too much of a problem. Of course, accidents could happen at any time, so even if the two of them weren't very confident, their chances of success were already very high. Kang Xinmu had to become a 4th-class disciple. Otherwise, Xiao Bai might be bullied by others. This was something Kang Xinmu didn't want to see. As for Xiao Bai, she could definitely pass the 2nd level with her strength, and she had an 80% chance of passing the 3rd level. She was already very strong, but it was said that passing the sanctum still depended on some luck. It was not a matter of strength. This also had to do with improvisation. Soon, they continued to move forward in the Five Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land, following the people coming and going, and arriving in front of an ice tower that towered into the clouds. The entire sacred tower was extremely tall and wide, occupying a vast area. Tens of thousands of people surrounded the sacred tower, observing the situation above, but it didn't seem crowded at all. There were more than 1,000 rooms on the same floor of the 5 extreme profound ice pagoda. Even if thousands of dragon martial artists came at the same time, they would be able to break through at the same time. Therefore, the area it occupied was definitely not small. The tens of thousands of people outside were either queuing up for the challenge, or they had already completed the challenge and were outside discussing, waiting for people, and the like. When Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai arrived, they saw that there were many people wearing the 5 extreme profound Ice Holy Land disciple uniforms around the sacred tower, guarding the entire sacred tower. There were a total of 8 directions, and each one was guarded by a super divine dragon expert. Moreover, these experts were all super strong existences at super divine dragon level 7 and above. Each of them had the strength to take charge of an area. With them guarding outside, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. As for the order of clearing the levels, there was a man and a woman in each direction, and 2 7th-class disciples were in charge. There were quite a number of 7th-class disciples, but there were fewer 8th-class and 9th-class disciples. Every year when the sacred tower opened, 16 7th-class disciples were arranged to be in charge of clearing the sacred tower. When Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai arrived, they immediately queued up at the same place. After queuing for a full 2 hours, it was finally their turn to register. After registering, they had to wait. This was because everyone took a longer time to clear the levels, and it wasn't something that could be settled in a short period of time. Therefore, they probably had to wait for about 6 hours before the 3rd and 4th levels of the sacred tower would be empty. When they found out that it was Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai's first time challenging the sacred tower, the 2 7th-class disciples looked at them strangely, most likely thinking that these 2 rascals were a little too arrogant. After all, very few people could challenge the 3rd level the moment they came up, and even fewer people would challenge the 4th level. Of course, the number of people challenging the 4th level of the sacred tower was much fewer than the 3rd level. However, because the total number of checkpoints on the 4th level was also fewer, and the number of people challenging at the same time was only 30% of the number of people on the 3rd level, Kong Xinmu's wait time was no less than Xiao Bai's. After registering, they waited outside, and at the same time, paid attention to the surrounding news. Now that Kong Xinmu had fused with the perception of the nightmare beast, he could clearly hear the contents of many people's conversations around him. As for the content of the Sacred Tower Challenge, Kong Xinmu had a rough understanding of it. There were a few methods in total, and among them, the most common was a one-on-one battle. You would be given an opponent to fight with, and if you could defeat them within the specified time, you would pass. Points would be calculated according to the time you defeated the opponent. You would only pass if you scored 60 points. Of course, the age bonus was also deducted. As for Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai, they weren't even 30 years old, so they wouldn't have too much of a disadvantage because of their age. However, there were no additional benefits to challenging the levels at such a young age. Apart from this method, there was also a method that required the challenger to hit some fast-moving targets. There would be a total of 100 targets, and each level's speed would be different. Some would even use the power of the void to distort space, and then travel through it. There were many other methods. For dragon warriors who weren't 30 years old, as long as they could hit more than 60 targets, they would pass. There was also a test of speed. One had to avoid all the traps in a short period of time and successfully reach the destination. In this method, the shorter the time taken to reach the destination and the more traps they avoided, the higher the points. There were many forms in the Sacred Tower, but there were basically no real battles between dragon warriors. Dragon warriors had to face things like traps. It was said that there would only be battles between dragon warriors at the 7th level and above. This was because the traps on the 7th level and above were extremely difficult to make. Even if they were made, it would be very difficult to repair once they were damaged. As time passed, the 7th level of the Sacred Tower would be a face-to-face test for dragon warriors. As for Kong Xinmu and Xiao Bai, they had to pass the 3rd and 4th levels, so they naturally had to face some of the traps. It wasn't difficult, but it definitely wasn't easy either. Chapter 4686. It was normal and understandable to be depressed. As for crying out loud, it was probably because they were already 30 years old. If they did not pass this year, they would have to go through the Holy Tower again next year, and the requirements would be higher. Thus, their hopes would become even slimmer. The Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land was not a place that just anyone could enter. In fact, if it was a dragon martial artist below the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor, even if they passed the Holy Tower, there would still be another round, which was to test the compatibility of the dragon martial artist's divine dragon blood essence. This was a very important thing. Some dragon martial artists had amazing talent and terrifying combat strength before reaching the 5th layer of the Dragon Emperor realm. However, their compatibility did not reach 55, so it would be very difficult for them to even reach the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor. Even if they reached it, they would have used up even more cultivation resources. For the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land, such people were not qualified to become disciples of the Holy Land. One had to know that the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land was not a regular sect or organization. Every Holy Land was doing its best for the reproduction and development of the dragon gods. Thus, the limited cultivation resources had to be shared equally with more outstanding geniuses with higher compatibility. Not those fake geniuses who had reached a bottleneck early on. As for the real geniuses, those with extremely high compatibility and comprehension of dragon martial techniques and weapons, if their bloodline compatibility was not high, they would be sent to the corresponding Holy Land to cultivate and improve their bloodline compatibility. This was the only way, and it was also the way to raise them to a higher level with fewer cultivation resources. Of course, this method might not necessarily save time. After all, cultivating in the corresponding Holy Land to improve bloodline compatibility was not an easy and simple matter. Kang Xinmu and Xiaobai waited at the side. Looking at the Holy Tower, they could feel the grandeur of the Holy Tower. Even the 4 dragon martial academies of the dragon martial continent could not compare to the grandeur of this Holy Tower, not to mention the entire Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. When can I have Shi Yueying come over to cultivate and improve her bloodline compatibility? Unfortunately, to come to the dragon god world from the dragon martial continent, one needs at least the cultivation of the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor. She seems to be a little far from this level. Kang Xinmu thought. Suddenly, a group of people escorted a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious purple robes to the sacred tower. The middle-aged man in luxurious purple robes had the 5-edged ice crystal pattern of the 5 extreme dark ice Holy Land embroidered on his sleeves. He was clearly an expert of the 5 extreme dark ice Holy Land. 8th grade disciple. Kang Xinmu saw through the middle-aged man's rank with just a glance. An 8th class disciple had at least a 7th level super divine dragon blood essence. In the entire 5 extremes dark ice Holy Land, there weren't many such characters. Previously, Wen Ren was already very strong, but she was only a 7th grade disciple. This middle-aged man was even stronger, and the dragon warriors surrounding him were all at least 6th rank disciples. Including the middle-aged man, there were a total of 7 people. In other words, all 7 of them were at the level of Super Shenron. Some of them were injured and looked extremely heroic. They were in a hurry, as if they had just returned from the front lines. The middle-aged man in the lead walked forward. He didn't pay much attention to the many 5 extreme dark ice Holy Land disciples guarding the sacred tower. He walked past them and entered the sacred tower. Senior Yu Xiaoyao is going to challenge the 9th level. I can tell. Senior brother Yu Xiaoyao had a breakthrough during the training in the battlefield and reached Super Dragon God level 9. He's too strong. After a while, won't he reach the level of Supreme Divine Dragon? If he reaches the Supreme Divine Dragon level, our 5 extreme dark ice Holy Land will be even stronger. And our dragon gods will be even stronger. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. To them, Yu Xiaoyao was like a legend. Although he was not young anymore, many people in the 9th level of the super mystical dragon realm were already old men. Yu Xiaoyao was still so young. Clearly, he had a bright future ahead of him. In the next few decades, he might even become an expert among the supreme divine dragons. Although they were all supreme divine dragon blood, there was still a huge gap between them. For example, the difference between the first level of Super Divine Dragon and the 9th level of Super Divine Dragon was huge. There was also such a gap between Supreme Divine Dragon levels. Therefore, those old men at the 9th level of Super Divine Dragon had no chance of becoming top-notch experts in the future, but Yu Xiaoyao had a chance. Yu Xiaoyao could be said to be the expert in the 5 extreme Dark Ice Holy Land who was most likely to step into the Supreme Divine Dragon level in recent years. Of course, the other one was Yu Yaji. Yu Yaji's talent was equally terrifying. She had been an 8th grade disciple for a long time, but had not returned for many years. Originally, she was also very famous. Unfortunately, she had been leading Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy in the Dragon Martial Continent. In the 5 extreme Dark Ice Holy Land, many disciples who had just joined did not know Yu Yaji's name. Yu Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was like the sun in the sky. Especially before the war between the 4 clans against the Dragon God's world, he was already a very popular disciple leader. He led the team to attack the various relics in the chaotic battlefield and brought back countless treasures for the Dragon God's clan. Those treasures might not be useful to him, so he donated them all to the 5 extreme Dark Ice Holy Land. In return, the 5 extreme Dark Ice Holy Land gave him enough contribution points to exchange for things that were useful to him. Every year, Yu Xiaoyao's team brought back the best and the most valuable things from the Supreme Relic. After the war started, the 4 clans and the Dragon God's clan rarely sent their mid-level and high-level experts to the chaotic battlefield. Basically, the mid-level and high-level experts were concentrated in the Dragon God's world to participate in the war. As for the Supreme Relic on the chaotic battlefield, the only ones that the Dragon God's clan and the 4 clans still participated in were the Supreme Relic with lower restrictions. For example, only those below the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor could enter, those below the Super Divine Dragon level could enter, and so on. The reason why they still wanted to explore the Supreme Relic was that there might be some extraordinary treasures in the Supreme Relic. Once they got them, it would be a great improvement for the entire Dragon God's clan. If some relic of the ancient Dragon God was unearthed, the overall strength of the Dragon God's clan would even skyrocket. Therefore, the Supreme Relic could not be given up, but the mid-level and high-level experts could only come back. For Kang Xinmu, his role in the main battlefield was too small. It was better to explore the Supreme Relic. If he could gain something, it would be a contribution to the Dragon God's clan. Of course, it was very difficult to gain something. It was even more difficult to get a divine item that was useful to the Dragon God's clan. Chapter 4687. Yu Xiaoyao quickly entered the sacred tower. He flew to the sky, wanting to enter the 9th level of the sacred tower. It was already at the top of the clouds, the highest place in the entire sacred tower. To become a grade 9 disciple, one only needed to obtain 60 points on the 9th level. In the sacred tower above the 7th level, there was no such thing as deducting points because of age. Generally speaking, dragon martial artists who could reach this level were already at the peak of the 9th level of the reincarnation realm. Hence, the age restriction was meaningless. Achieving 60 points would be considered a pass. And if one could reach 90 points and above on the 9th level, he would be qualified to be a junior elder in the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice. Now, the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice had a total of 5 junior elders. Each of them was much stronger than Yu Xiaoyao. Among them, there were Supreme Divine Dragons, but most of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the Super Divine Dragon. They had not broken through to the Supreme Divine Dragon level, but they had already reached the peak of the super divine dragon level. Whether it was dragon martial techniques or dragon weapons, they had already reached the peak that could be improved. It could be said that they were the strongest below the supreme divine dragon level. Yu Xiaoyao quickly disappeared. Kang Xinmu and Xiaobai did not act rashly. In any case, they just had to wait. Not long after, the sky gradually darkened. Soon, the surrounding people began to talk about Yu Xiaoyao. It was said that Yu Xiaoyao had successfully passed the 9th level of the Sacred Tower and became one of the few grade 9 disciples in the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice. With this status, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the entire Dragon God's great world. Even the junior elders of other sacred grounds would give him enough respect. In fact, as long as one reached the upper 3 grades, it was quite good. In the entire Dragon God's great world, one would be considered famous. In any sacred ground, the number of grade 6 disciples could be said to be almost 10 times that of grade 7 disciples. And the number of grade 7 disciples was 3 times that of grade 8 disciples, and grade 8 disciples were 3 times that of grade 9 disciples, hence, grade 6 disciples were nothing. Only when one reached grade 7 disciples could he be considered qualified to be independent. For a genius like Gu Xinyue, although she was very talented and had a high degree of compatibility, she was still a grade 5 disciple. She could only be treated as a junior outside. Only by reaching Wen Renyu's level could he be respected by others. Currently, Kang Xinmu could only challenge 4th grade disciples. Even if it was a 4th grade disciple, he might not be able to pass. Therefore, he still had a long way to go before he could become a true expert. Look, that's Yu Xiaoyao's son, Yu Zhanfeng. He's not even 30 this year, but he's already passed the 5th level of the Saint Tower and became a 5th class disciple. Furthermore, Yu Zhanfeng is only at the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor's Divine Dragon Inheritance Blood. With the grade of the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor's Blood, passing through the 5th level of the Holy Tower means that he has a very strong ability to challenge those of a higher level. Yu Zhanfeng can be considered an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the 5 Extreme Mysterious Ice Holy Land. However, I heard that there should be another 2 geniuses appearing this time around. They're both in their early 20s, but they should be able to pass the 3rd and 4th level of the Holy Tower. Oh? Which 2? Recently, 2 geniuses from the Martial Dragon continent appeared in the 5 Extreme Mysterious Ice City. It's said that they broke through to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm on the spot and killed the 2nd Reincarnation Beast. There were many people saying this in the crowd. In fact, Kang Xinmu realized that many people were already paying attention to him and Xiaobai. It wasn't just because they were geniuses. Most importantly, it was because they came from the Martial Dragon continent. For a long time, the Martial Dragon continent would only produce a super divine dragon every 5 or 6 years, and an ordinary super divine dragon would only be a 6th grade disciple in the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land. One could imagine how insignificant the Martial Dragon continent was to the entire Dragon God world. It would probably take decades for a true genius to appear and become a well-known figure in the entire Dragon God's world. For example, Yu Yaji was such a genius. When she rose from the Martial Dragon continent, she was really unstoppable. Many geniuses from the Dragon God's world at the same time were overshadowed by her. Therefore, although the Martial Dragon continent was not valued by others, if a genius appeared in the Martial Dragon continent, it would definitely be valued by the majority. Yu Yaji had only risen not long ago. Therefore, if a super genius appeared in the Martial Dragon continent in a short period of time, then the status of the Martial Dragon continent would indeed change. Kang Xinmu listened to the discussion of the surrounding dragon martial artists. Only then did he understand why killing Su Sanluo was valued by the Martial Dragon continent and sent out a supreme divine dragon to protect him. At the very least, it must be a supreme divine dragon that could negotiate with the 9 major races and finally protect the martial dragon continent. As for what price the dragon god's world had paid, no one knew. There were 4 dragon martial academies in the martial dragon continent. The dean of each academy was a super divine dragon from the martial dragon continent. Therefore, it took a long time for the dean to be replaced. Among the 4 dragon martial academies in the martial dragon continent, Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy belonged to the Emperor Shi Divine Dragon, Donghuang Yangwu Academy belonged to the Dragon of Blue Sky Calamity, and Desolate North Academy and South Emperor Academy. In total, there were 4 supreme divine dragons, and they all came from different supreme holy lands. Because the martial dragon continent seemed to have been conquered by the ancestors of the 4 holy lands, and then the 4 dragon martial academies were established on it. Emperor Shi Divine Dragon and the Dragon of Blue Sky Calamity were 2 of the founders of the 4 academies. Later, the genius dragon martial artists from the 4 academies were basically under their command. In addition to the martial dragon continent, there were other similar small worlds. As long as they were under the jurisdiction of the dragon gods, the basic situation was similar. As for those that were under the jurisdiction of other races, the situation was naturally different. But the difference was only the type of inheritance they cultivated. In essence, there was not much difference. Kang Xinmu listened to the surrounding people talking about him and Xiao Bai, but he did not say anything. Anyway, no one knew them. However, he believed that the upper echelons of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land should be paying more attention to him and Xiao Bai. After all, he and Xiao Bai came from Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy. If they really had great talent, then including Yu Yaji, Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy had produced many geniuses over the years. In particular, there was one point that the upper echelons of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land definitely knew. That was, Kang Xinmu was originally a genius of Donghuang Yangwu Academy. In the end, he was forced to leave by their current dean, Xiaofan, and that was why he came to Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy. This was a genius sent to Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy. Chapter 4688. If it was in the past, the seniors of the 5 extreme dark ice holy land would probably have taken the opportunity to mock the Dragon of Calamity's holy land, and then the Dragon of Calamity would punish Xiaofan, but now, they wouldn't do that. This was because the dragon gods were facing a great enemy, and it was time for them to unite. Even if it was just a competitive joke, it couldn't be done at this time. But if Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai's talent was really that outstanding, then they would definitely be very happy. Everything depended on today's trip to the Holy Tower. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai were already prepared. When night fell, it was finally their turn to enter the Holy Tower. Let's go. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai looked at each other and encouraged each other. Actually, Kang Xinmu had set off a little earlier than Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai was also very fast, so they went together. Under the signal of the Holy Tower's guardian disciple, Kang Xinmu was the first to transform into a pitch-black dragon and fly toward the Holy Tower's 4th level. Even though it was only the 4th level of the Holy Tower, it was already incomparably tall, and even part of it was in the clouds. Those who could pass the 4th level of the Holy Tower were the middle 3 classes of disciples. This meant that they could touch the clouds, or at least had the qualifications to look at them from afar. As for the lower 3 classes of disciples, they didn't have such a meaning. Kang Xinmu transformed into a dragon and flew up. He was very conspicuous in the night because his cultivation was clearly only at the 5th level of the Samsara realm, and the divine dragon's inherited blood essence was at the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor. Yet, he was actually flying toward the 4th level of the Holy Tower. Many dragon martial artists focused their gazes on Kang Xinmu, each with a different expression. Most people didn't care. After all, there were such hotheads every year who thought they were very strong, but in the end, they ended up bleeding after entering the Holy Tower. Out of 100 points, 60 points were required to pass. There were even many dragon warriors who couldn't even get 10 points. It could be imagined that such a situation was not uncommon. After a long time, the surrounding dragon warriors no longer found it strange. But at this moment, they saw Kong Shinmu flying towards the 4th level of the Holy Tower. Furthermore, his cultivation realm and the grade of the Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence all matched that of the rumored genius from the Dragon Martial continent. Therefore, many people still paid attention to Kong Shinmu. They all recognized him. Was he the legendary genius from the Dragon Martial continent? In the crowd, Gu Xinyue's cousin was also watching. I hope this kid fails. If that's the case, this kid will lose a lot of face. Gu Xinyue's cousin knew his place. Ever since he met Xiaobai by chance, he had fallen in love with her. However, he didn't dare to make a move directly because it was said that Xiaobai had very high standards. He knew that if you know yourself and your enemy, you can win 100 battles. Therefore, he planned to first understand his competitor, Kong Shinmu, clearly. Only by understanding Kong Shinmu better could he gain an advantageous position in the process of competing for Xiaobai. Of course, if Kong Shinmu directly passed the 4th level of the Holy Tower tonight and became a 4th-class disciple of the 5 Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land, then he knew very well that he could give up on Xiaobai. He was already over 30 years old this year, but he was still a 4th-class disciple of the 5 Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land. One could imagine that his talent was really not that great. If he hadn't been born in the Dragon God's great world, and if he had been born into a big family like the Gu family, he would now be about the same as many dragon warriors from the Dragon Martial continent. Of course, his compatibility level might not be low, but it was impossible for him to have his current cultivation realm and the grade of the Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence. Therefore, his talent was really not that great, and it was even more so in the Dragon God's great world. Therefore, he didn't have much confidence. If Kong Shinmu really passed the 4th level, then he knew that he had almost no chance. He was also only a 4th-class disciple. If Kong Shinmu also became a 4th-class disciple, then he would be on the same level as him. He was much older than Kong Shinmu, and in addition, Xiaobai and Kong Shinmu had known each other for a long time, so what right did he have to compete for her? Therefore, this cousin was very nervous now. If he knew that the news of Kong Shinmu's failure spread, he would definitely appear in front of Xiaobai immediately and start wooing her. Inside the Holy Tower, Kong Shinmu flew up to the 4th level of the Holy Tower, removed his divine dragon form, and came in front of the 2 super divine dragon disciples guarding the door. Super divine dragon level powerhouses basically had more freedom, but many people still rushed to compete for the right to guard the Holy Tower. This was because as long as there were no accidents, the rewards for guarding the Holy Tower would be very generous. The resources obtained by guarding the Holy Tower for half a month were even comparable to the contribution they would earn in a year outside. Therefore, the qualifications to guard the Holy Tower was rotated every year. Only those who reached the level of Super Divine Dragon could have such qualifications. In other words, even Gu Xinyue currently didn't have such qualifications. She had to reach the level of a 6th-class disciple. Kong Shinmu bowed respectfully in front of the 2 super divine dragon disciples guarding the door. The 2 disciples didn't delay, and one of them personally led him into the door. After entering the door, Kong Shinmu discovered that it was a very spacious space. First, there was a walkway, and on both sides of the walkway, there was a huge door every 10,000 feet. One could imagine that the Holy Tower's training area was behind the door. Every door was tightly shut, and it was obvious that someone was trying to pass the level. Soon, the Super Divine Dragon disciple brought Kong Shinmu to an open door and gave him a token. This token was a pass. The results and process of passing the level would be recorded on it. Finally, based on the record of the pass, one could become a disciple of the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice or raise the level of a disciple. Your training room is here, Yi Zichen said. The super divine dragon disciple said to Kong Shinmu with a smile. Thank you, senior. Kong Shinmu nodded, took the pass, and stepped into the door. The super divine dragon disciple looked at Kong Shinmu's disappearing figure curiously. He was very doubtful that this fellow from the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor could pass the 4th level. One had to know that the 4th level of the Holy Tower of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice had different difficulties according to the category, but they were basically designed according to the difficulty of the 7th to 8th levels of the Dragon Emperor. Many dragon warriors' blood compatibility was only 55 or 56, and they would encounter a bottleneck before reaching this level. Therefore, to a large number of dragon warriors, it was very difficult to challenge the 4th level. As long as they could pass the 4th level of the Holy Tower, they could be considered as the backbone of the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice. Even many talented dragon warriors would only be able to clear the 4th floor of the Holy Tower when they were in their 30s. Chapter 4689. Could a young dragon martial artist in his early 20s and Dragon Emperor's divine dragon inheritance blood grade really clear the 4th level of the Holy Tower? The super divine dragon disciple guard was doubtful, but he couldn't wait here due to his duty. As long as he waited for Kong Shinmu's challenge to end, the results would naturally be out. He turned and left. As for Kong Shinmu, after stepping through the door, he suddenly fell down. Outside the door was a large spherical space. There was no place for him to step on. Kong Shinmu immediately transformed into his black dragon form and flew in this spherical space. I wonder, what is the content of this trial? Kong Shinmu thought to himself as he observed the entire spherical space. This spherical space was even bigger than the underground training ground of the inn he was staying in. As expected of the Holy Tower of the 5 Extremes Dark Ice. There were hundreds of such a large trial space on the 4th level. It was impossible to pass the Holy Tower in a short time. This trial was definitely not a test of the dragon martial artist's explosive power. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be any difficulty. Suddenly, Kong Shinmu discovered that a crystal ball had suddenly appeared in this spherical space. At the same time, a few lines of small words appeared on the challenge token in his hand. This trial has a total of 100 crystal balls. Each crystal ball has a different elemental ability and attack method. The challenger can use dragon martial techniques or dragon weapons to block the crystal ball's attack. When Kong Shinmu saw this, his heart stirred. Wasn't this a trial tailor-made for him? It was too easy for Kong Shinmu to block the attack of these crystal balls. This was because the difficulty of the 4th level was targeted at the Dragon Emperor's 7th level. And the ordinary attacks of the Dragon Emperor's 7th level were not difficult for Kong Shinmu. But he soon realized that was not the case. This trial was not for them to defend against the crystal ball's attack, but to dodge the crystal ball's attack. If they were hit by a crystal ball, 1 point would be deducted. The total score was 100 points. If he was attacked 40 times, he would basically be dead. Right now, there was only one crystal ball in the field. It felt like Kong Shinmu had already understood the content of this trial. The crystal ball suddenly swept towards Kong Shinmu. The array formation within it was activated, and a wave of ice and snow energy burst out. This burst of ice and snow energy transformed into an ice arrow, sweeping towards Kong Shinmu, tearing through the air at an extremely fast speed. Dodge! Kong Shinmu did not even think and directly executed the Divine Dragon Tyrant body art into nimble stance. In his nimble state, Kong Shinmu's speed in executing any movement technique or dragon-type martial technique increased by several times. Furthermore, it allowed him to become more sensitive to the power of space and the void. Then, Kong Shinmu immediately flew to the side. But right after that, a second crystal ball appeared, and it was surprisingly in the direction that he had fled the first time. This second crystal ball directly erupted with a flame arrow, heading straight for Kong Shinmu. It looked like Kong Shinmu was directly colliding with this second crystal ball. Dodge! Kong Shinmu's agility and speed had reached a rather terrifying level. After all, the effects of the Divine Dragon Tyrant body art were extremely obvious. Usually, he would also train to move in the state of nimble stance. He directly dodged the second time, but the third crystal ball appeared in the direction that he had dodged to. This required the dragon martial artists who participated in this trial to not only have a strong reaction speed, but they also needed to be fast enough and have enough endurance. Because, when the third crystal ball launched an attack at him, the first crystal ball launched another attack at him. So that's how it is. At the same time, there will be more and more crystal balls attacking me. There will be a total of 100 attacks. At least the first 60 attacks must be dodged. Otherwise, the next 40 attacks will be extremely dense, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Kong Shinmu quickly understood the difficulty of this trial. If it was just a single attack, it would not be a problem for any dragon martial artist of this realm. This was because this crystal ball launched arrows of various attributes, and these arrows were very small. Although they were powerful, they spread like many silk threads, and the dragon martial artist could easily dodge them as long as he tilted his body slightly. However, if the number of arrows increased, the entire spherical space would probably be filled with the attacks of these arrows. This way, the difficulty would be very terrifying. In addition, the attacks of these crystal balls each had different attributes. When they streaked through the air, they would even affect the power of space, filling the area with that attribute. In a short period of time, Kong Shinmu dodged 3 attacks, but there were already 2 ice lines and 1 flame line. There was no doubt that he could not touch these 3 lines during the process of dodging. I also have to plan my dodging route well, otherwise, the entire field will soon be filled with the attribute power lines. Kong Shinmu's face darkened. This was an extremely difficult trial. Not only did it require speed and reflexes, but it also required wisdom and a sense of the overall situation. It was no wonder that even if he had the combat power comparable to that of a powerhouse on the 7th level of the Dragon Emperor, he might not be able to pass this level. Of course, if he did not have this level of combat power, he would probably be killed directly if those crystal balls hit him once. But now, he only needed to dodge 60 attacks and he would succeed. Immediately after that, each time he dodged, he only dodged very slightly. The body of the divine dragon would not fly too far, lest the entire spherical space become an impassable area too early. However, after he successfully dodged the joint attack of 20 crystal balls, he suddenly found that the next time he wanted to dodge, there was a wall in the direction he was trying to dodge. This transparent wall blocked his path. Therefore, he had 2 choices. One was to go around the wall, and the other was to break the wall. Without a doubt, he chose to break the wall. If he went around the wall, it would disrupt the path of his crystal ball's attack arrows, causing the entire spherical space to be filled with those attribute power lines, making it impossible for him to dodge. After all, the body of the divine dragon was too big. If he did not calculate these things in advance, it would be almost impossible to pass this trial. The next moment, Kong Shinmu instantly erupted into a strong offensive stance. 9th Stage Extreme Dao Dragon Explosion. Chapter 4690. Kong Shinmu was extremely familiar with his black dragon body. He was even familiar with the position of every inch of his dragon scales. Therefore, he could now adjust his position with extreme precision and avoid the various attribute attacks released by the crystal balls. It's a bit of a waste. Kong Shinmu's expression changed slightly. He discovered that the 9th stage Extreme Dao Hui Dragon Burst that he had unleashed with all his strength had directly smashed the transparent wall. Moreover, the remaining power exploded towards the surroundings, even affecting the attack power released by the crystal balls. Originally, he could have been completely unaffected this time, but seeing his attack explode and spread out, and actually distorting the trajectory of several arrows that were about to land on his body, sword shadow flowing flash. Kang Xinmu reacted quickly. He must not be hit even once. In the next moment, his figure instantly vanished from the battlefield, and then he appeared not too far away, narrowly dodging all the arrows that were coming at him. He knew that he was a little nervous, or that he had used too much power to attack the transparent wall. But before he really broke that wall, how could Kang Xinmu know that it would be so fragile? Next time, he still had to use his strongest attack. Who knew if the next wall would be stronger or still be so fragile? In any case, if he used too much power, even if he changed the trajectory of the surrounding crystal ball's attacks, he could still use sword shadow flowing flash to save it. But if he couldn't break that wall, even if he could use sword shadow flowing flash to dodge, the transparent wall was likely to bring him trouble later. Therefore, once a transparent wall appeared, it had to be broken. Moreover, after Kang Xinmu dodged these 20 attacks, Kang Xinmu thought of a possibility. That was, these crystal balls' attacks were likely to have other changes, and he had to be mentally prepared at all times. Moreover, there would not be a change every 20 attacks. Kang Xinmu had to think of any possibility in advance, so that he could be prepared. And soon, the facts proved that Kang Xinmu's guess was correct. After the 38th attack, he discovered that the arrows shot out by the crystal balls would actually change direction halfway through. This made it extremely difficult for him to dodge, but by relying on the sunset blade, he was still able to narrowly avoid all the arrows. However, every time he used the sunset blade, he didn't dare to dodge too far, lest he bring the crystal ball too far away and occupy the originally safe and spacious area. When the crystal ball's combined attack count reached 55, a third of the arena had been occupied by power lines of various attributes. These were the traces left behind by the arrows. Next, the crystal ball's combined attack was extremely concentrated. A total of dozens of arrows formed from condensed energy swept over, enveloping the area where Kang Xinmu was. Soon, Kang Xinmu was no longer able to dodge the arrows just by relying on his movement techniques. However, he didn't rely too much on the sunset blade. Instead, he used the extreme shadow flowing light, a movement technique that he hadn't used for a long time, the dragon martial skill. Although this dragon martial skill didn't increase his speed too much, the key was that it had been cultivated to the heaven rank. For the current Kang Xinmu, under the bonus of nimble stance, his flying speed was also doubled. During this period, he encountered 3 transparent walls blocking his way. There was even a hemispherical wall that covered half of his surroundings. Moreover, Kang Xinmu discovered that the defensive power of these transparent walls was getting stronger and stronger. Of course, every time, he would use his strongest power to shatter it. After shattering the 4 walls, Jiang Shenwu discovered that the 5th wall had appeared. When his attacks landed on the wall, he was unable to shatter it. Instead, he only managed to create some cracks on the wall. Kang Xinmu's expression darkened, and he immediately used the sunset blade to salvage the situation. He appeared behind the 5th wall in a flash, then turned around and burst out with a violent attack, completely smashing the wall. The power of 2 9-stage extreme dragon bursts caused the entire wall to explode in all directions. The trajectories of the arrows were also affected, all of them distorted. Kang Xinmu completely left that area. He discovered that after the 55th attack, he still hadn't been hit even once. Only 1/3 of the area was occupied by the power lines. It could be seen that if he wanted to obtain 60 points, it would be a piece of cake. He just needed to dodge 5 more attacks, and he would be able to pass. It was easier than he had imagined, but Kang Xinmu didn't just want to obtain 60 points. There was a rule in the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land: if one could obtain 95 points or above on their first attempt, they could become a disciple of the next level. In other words, if Kang Xinmu could obtain 95 points this time, he could become a 5th-class disciple. Although he didn't know what other methods there were, it was impossible for Kang Xinmu not to try. In fact, his goal was to not be hit even once by those crystal balls. At the last moment, Kang Xinmu still had a trump card, so he might be able to do it. So, he continued to work hard. After the 55th attack, he discovered that the attacks of the crystal balls had changed again. Those power arrows actually possessed the power of the void, able to pierce through the void. The power lines that erupted from them were no longer straight lines, nor were they as simple as curved lines. Instead, they appeared intermittently in space, as if they were rapidly passing through space. This sort of passing through space was an extremely fast method. To obtain this sort of power, one had to rely on the power of the void. Luckily, Kang Xinmu had a deep understanding of the power of space, or in other words, the power of the void. When those power arrows pierced through the void and were about to appear, he had already sensed some slight fluctuations in the void, so he immediately dodged them. Wanting to do this was extremely difficult. At least, for Kang Xinmu, he had to focus his full attention in order to distinguish where the power arrows would suddenly appear. These arrows pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to completely dodge them. But Kang Xinmu didn't make the slightest mistake. The first arrow that pierced through the void was easily dodged by Kang Xinmu with his nimble movement techniques. This scene caused several powerhouses of the 5 extreme mysterious ice holy land who were secretly observing the situation to nod their heads in satisfaction, their eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Chapter 4691. Kang Xinmu and Xiao Bai were qualified to come to the Dragon God's great world because the higher-ups of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land had suggested it. After all, a genius who could kill Sus and Luo should not be buried. Now, these 5 young elders of the 5 extremes mysterious ice holy land were quite satisfied with Kang Xinmu's performance in the sacred tower. In fact, the door that Kang Xinmu had entered was the most difficult door on the 4th level of the sacred tower because there were too many things to test. Whether it was speed, explosiveness, endurance, or judgment of the overall situation, they all had very harsh requirements. Generally speaking, this challenge was used to test the commander-in-chief. Very few people would be arranged to go to this level. Usually, even if there were many dragon warriors queuing outside, this level would rather be left empty than open because the difficulty of this level was too high. For the vast majority of dragon warriors, as long as they did not meet the requirements in one aspect, it was very easy for them to not even reach 50 points. And now that Kang Xinmu had 55 points, it was still very easy. And looking at the situation, it was very likely that Kang Xinmu would be able to achieve a rather outstanding result on this level. I'm guessing that this kid can probably reach 80 points. 80 points? Aren't you overestimating this kid? Starting from 60 points, the difficulty of this level gets higher and higher. Even when we challenged this level on the 7th level, who could reach 80 points? This level is on the 4th level after all, so the requirements in all aspects are lower than when we challenged it. That's right. Moreover, the lower one's cultivation level, the easier it is to develop in all aspects. For example, this kid Kang Xinmu is doing very well now. You all underestimate him. This old man feels that this kid is very likely to reach 90 points. Oh my God, you think too highly of this kid. In history, not many people can reach 90 points. Even if the few of us challenge this level on the 7th level, we still won't be able to reach 90 points. The reason why it was said to be the 7th level was because other than the 4th level, only the 7th level had a level with the same rules. Logically speaking, these young elders could even reach 90 points in the 9th level of the Holy Tower, but that was because most of the other levels only tested the strength of the dragon martial artist. There were too many things to test in this stage. Strength alone would not be able to obtain a relatively high score. Therefore, even if these little elders went to the 7th floor to take this stage, they would not be able to reach 90 points. The last dozen waves of crystal balls and arrows were simply too terrifying. They felt that unless their comprehension of space reached a relatively high level, it was absolutely impossible to reach 90 points in this stage. After discussing for a while, they continued to observe Kong Shinmu's performance. Kong Shinmu had no idea that he was being observed. He continued to dodge the attacks from the crystal balls. Each wave was more intense than the last, and the speed of the arrows was faster. Not only could they turn, but they could also flash through the void. The last 5 waves of attacks were all spatial flashes, and the speed at which the arrows traveled through space increased. Kong Shinmu relied on his comprehension of the power of the void to accurately predict where the arrows would travel through space, thus avoiding them in advance. His success rate reached more than 60 points. After he successfully dodged 60 volleys of arrows, he soon discovered that the speed of the arrows that came after him was twice as fast as before. This caught him off guard. Not only were the arrows' attack speeds twice as fast, but the speed of the arrows that traversed through space was also twice as fast. Sometimes, the moment Jiang Shenwu sensed a fluctuation in the void, the arrows would already appear. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu was already used to the changes in the arrows' attacks. He was already prepared. Although he did not guess the exact situation, he still expected the increase in speed. Therefore, he directly erupted with an even more tyrannical speed. Previously, he had already reached the peak of the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique, but this time, under such an extremely difficult challenge, he seemed to have gained a brand new understanding. The main thing was that he was getting more and more proficient with the agile stance. In the past, he had rarely used the nimble stance. Most of the time, he would either use the aggressive stance or the defensive stance. However, this time, he had benefited a lot from using the nimble stance. It allowed his divine dragon body to become lighter and faster in the air. Even when he was dodging the arrows, Kong Shinmu already had some conditioned reflexes and could react without thinking. This was a huge transformation. Kong Shinmu even felt that if he could have enough heaven and earth spirit chi, he could even exchange for some essence materials from the prehistoric tyrant body beast. The Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique was a body-refining dragon-type martial art technique researched from an ancient beast called the prehistoric tyrant body beast. Cultivating the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique required a lot of materials from the prehistoric tyrant body technique. The materials that Kong Shinmu had exchanged for the prehistoric tyrant body technique were all sent from the Dragon God's world to the Dragon Martial continent. Originally, he had not prepared much, but since Kong Shinmu cultivated the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique, Yu Yaji prepared some for him. Those materials had basically been exchanged by Kong Shinmu, which was why he could cultivate the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique to the peak of the Heaven tier. And if he wanted to reach the Saint tier, he would not only need the Rising Dragon Marrow, but also more purifying materials from the prehistoric Tyrant Body beast. The 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land definitely had a lot of these materials. The contribution points of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land can be exchanged with gold dragon coins, or by contributing to the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land. It is not too difficult to exchange for those materials. Kong Shinmu decided that after joining the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land, the first thing he would do was exchange for some materials from the prehistoric tyrant body technique and cultivate the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body technique to the Saint tier. That way, his defense would be even stronger, and his ability to change between the 3 stances would be even stronger. Although this Dragon Martial technique was not the Holy Dragon Martial technique, to Kong Shinmu, it was the source of all his strength. One could imagine how powerful the 9 Extreme Dao Hui Dragon Explosion would be if he successfully cultivated it. At this moment, Kong Shinmu had gained some understanding of the divine dragon tyrant body technique's nimble stance. Instantly, his speed became faster, more nimble, and he dodged the arrows with ease. Even though the speed of the arrows had become twice as fast as before, not only did it not become difficult for Kong Shinmu to dodge them, it became even easier instead. It was only when the crystal ball arrows shot out for the 70th time that Kong Shinmu discovered that the arrows' attacks had changed once again. The arrows formed from different attributes had become thicker. Chapter 4692. These thick arrows made it even more difficult for Kong Shinmu to dodge. He became even more focused and careful. The key was that he still had space to dodge. There was only half of the space left, and the remaining half of the space was filled with the power of the condensed arrows. These lines formed a net of light that Kong Shinmu could not touch. Once he did, he would lose points. Therefore, he could only dodge in the remaining space. He also had to pay attention to not let the arrows fill up the entire space too quickly. He dodged step by step. Whether it was the arrows that were extremely fast, or the arrows that jumped through space, or the arrows that had illusionary effects, none of them could affect Kong Shinmu. Once the illusionary power pulled the dragon martial artist into an illusion, it meant that the trial had come to an end. He would not be able to dodge any of the following attacks. But for Kong Shinmu, not only did he have a firm willpower, he also had the consciousness of the demon god ancestor and the black dragon in his mind. Under such circumstances, what kind of illusion could make him fall for it? It was impossible. Therefore, this trial was extremely difficult. Ordinary people couldn't even reach 50 points. And now, Kong Shinmu had already obtained more than 70 points. At this time, a transparent wall appeared in front of him. This transparent wall even had the effect of sealing off space, making it impossible for the dragon martial artist to travel through space to pass through this transparent wall. Moreover, the strength of this transparent wall had become extremely terrifying. Wind Snow Dragon Patterned Stone. Attack runes, activate. Kong Shinmu had no other choice but to use his trump card. After activating the Wind Snow Dragon Patterned Stone's attack runes, his strength had been greatly enhanced. Immediately after, a strong offensive 9th stage Extreme Dao Roaring Dragon explosion directly erupted. This time, the transparent wall finally shattered. After the wall cracked, Kong Shinmu rushed through it. Behind him, countless arrows completely flooded the space he was just in. If he had been a little slower, he would have been hit by those arrows immediately, and this way, he would have lost 1 point. Although it was only 1 point, Kong Shinmu did not want to lose any points, because it was very likely that it would be incomparably difficult to gain even 1 point later on. After breaking through the transparent wall, Kong Shinmu realized that the defense of the transparent wall had basically reached the standard of an ordinary dragon warrior on the 8th level of the Dragon Emperor. However, for a true genius, it was nothing. Next, it was very likely that an even stronger transparent wall would appear to block him. At that time, Kong Shinmu felt that he wouldn't have enough strength to break through the transparent wall. His attack power wasn't that strong to begin with, and he had only cultivated the 9th stage Extreme Dao Dragon Burst. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk this far. Following that, the arrows attacked even more fiercely. Moreover, as the number of crystal balls had reached more than 70, the number of crystal balls added together was too high. The net of light arrows that Jiang Shenwu had to dodge became denser and denser. It was not difficult for Kong Shinmu to avoid the 23 straight lines. Dodging the 56 straight lines, curves, and jumping dots was already somewhat difficult. But now, there were more than 70 straight lines, and these arrow lines were even faster. Together, they formed a huge net, directly enveloping Kong Shinmu. Although each attack would leave some gaps for him to dodge, Kong Shinmu could see that there were fewer and fewer directions for him to dodge. At the beginning, when there were still few lines, Kang Xinmu could easily find at least 3 gaps for him to fly out without touching those arrow lines. Later, there were only 2 gaps left. And now, with so many arrow lines forming a light net, there was only 1 gap left. With 1 gap, it became extremely difficult for Kang Xinmu to dodge. Moreover, on the 75th attack, Kang Xinmu realized that the gap had become a trap. Once he tried to escape through that gap, an arrow would immediately appear from the void above the gap. In other words, these arrow light net no longer had the slightest gap. Wanting to fly out by relying on a movement technique dragon martial skill was already impossible. There was only one way, and that was to use a dragon martial skill that could shuttle through the void. It just so happened that Kang Xinmu cultivated this method. Sun Shadow Flowing Sunset Flash was already a rather high-level illusory attribute dragon martial skill. It required a rather deep understanding of spatial power. Previously, Kang Xinmu had already devoured Linghu Dai's comprehension and feelings. His comprehension of this move was already quite terrifying, even reaching the level of those dragon martial artists who had studied this for more than 10 years. Therefore, Kang Xinmu did not pause at all when he used Sun Shadow Flowing Sunset Flash now. He knew that he had to use this move now. Fortunately, he did not have any difficulty in using this move now. It could be said that he could use it as he wished. Moreover, after using it once, he could immediately use it a second time. In this trial space, there was no energy for Kang Xinmu to devour. Therefore, the energy within his body was being consumed more and more. Fortunately, he did not need to consume too much energy to use Sun Shadow Flowing Sunset Flash now. This was because he had a higher understanding of void power or spatial power. The current Kang Xinmu was already used to using Sun Shadow Flowing Sunset Flash like walking or eating. He used it several times in a row without a single pause. He finally dodged a total of 80 arrow attacks. It could be said to be quite amazing. Even the many young elders of the 5 extreme mysterious Ice Holy Land who were observing him were already shocked. This kid could really reach 80 points. After reaching 80 points, the attacks of those arrows would become even faster. And most importantly, these arrows would begin to attack indiscriminately. Previously, the arrows from the crystal balls were concentrated on the dragon martial artists who were undergoing the trial. But following this, these arrows would shoot randomly without any line of defense. In other words, the entire area would soon be completely enveloped by the energy lines. As the number of energy lines increased, the dragon martial artists would definitely not be able to dodge. The less space there was to dodge, the easier it was to be hit by the arrows. Moreover, the number of these crystal balls arrows increased with each attack. Immediately after, Kang Xinmu discovered this point. After the 80th volley of the crystal balls, Kang Xinmu discovered that these arrow lines were actually flying randomly in the entire area. This completely disrupted his plan. Originally, he was planning to slowly dodge, leaving more space for him to dodge at the end. But looking at it now, after the 80th volley of attacks, the entire area would soon be covered with a net of arrow light. Chapter 4693. Kang Xinmu began the most difficult journey. All the arrows began to explode randomly, filling up the remaining empty space. For a short period of time, Jiang Shenwu was even safer. This was because the arrows were no longer targeting him, so the arrows that were shooting at him became even fewer. Thus, it was even easier for him to dodge. But, if he wanted to use the Wind Shadow Flowing Afterglow to dodge again, it became more difficult. Because there were only a few places left in the entire field that could accommodate his divine dragon body. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an experiential learning and experiential learning had its rules, Kang Xinmu even wanted to remove his divine dragon form. In that case, he could proceed with this experiential learning in his human form, which would definitely be much easier. After the 80th time, every time the crystal ball exploded an attack, Kong Shinmu would immediately find the blind spot of all the attacks, and use the wind shadow flowing afterglow in advance, flashing to the relatively empty space, dodging the attack this time. Just after the 5th time, Kong Shinmu found that he had nowhere to hide. Countless arrow lines had already condensed into a giant net in the field, connecting the entire giant net. As long as the body of the Dragon Emperor was 10,000 feet long, in this place, it was absolutely impossible not to touch any line. And as long as one of the attacks touched the line, then Kong Shinmu's final score would be reduced by 1 point. Now, Kong Shinmu had persisted until the 85th attack, simply reaching his limit. What followed next was the craziest moment. At this time, not only was the entire field filled with arrow lines, but most importantly, there were already 85 crystal balls, and each crystal ball no longer shot only one arrow like before. Instead, each crystal ball shot out 10 arrows. These arrows were like a meteor shower, streaking across the field. At the same time, another layer of transparent wall appeared around Kong Shinmu's body, sealing his whole body. This transparent wall was even harder, and it was not something that Kong Shinmu could break in one shot. Basically, from this point on, any dragon warrior who tried to pass would almost have to admit defeat, because every attack from the crystal ball was basically impossible to dodge. Unless he had cultivated some profound spatial technique. That was something that could only be achieved by cultivating one's virtual energy to an extremely high level. And it just so happened that Kong Shinmu had devoured the power of the extreme Saint Realm's wind shadow streak. At this moment, countless arrows that seemed unavoidable shot toward Kong Shinmu, and there was even an incomparably solid, transparent wall around him that enclosed his entire divine dragon body. It was also at this moment that Kong Shinmu's comprehension of the wind shadow flowing sunset flash reached its peak. He had finally broken through. Saint-ranked wind shadow flowing cloud flash. At this moment, Kong Shinmu's comprehension of the Tao of space rose once again. Immediately after, he created an alternate dimension on the spot and hid his black dragon body in it. This strange space was the effect of the Sun shadow flowing cloud flash. It could allow people to temporarily hide inside, which was equivalent to a dragon warrior hiding in a foreign land. At this moment, Kong Shinmu's body almost disappeared from the scene, no longer existing in this level. Only the strange space still existed in this space, and it was hit by countless sword servants' lines. However, this did not count as hitting Kong Shinmu. He had successfully dodged this wave of arrows. If his comprehension of the Tao of space was higher, he could even continue hiding in this strange space and not come out. That way, he would not be hit by the arrows. Unfortunately, this method of hiding in the strange space could only last for a short time. After almost 3 breaths, the strange space created by Kong Shinmu directly shattered. He fell out of the strange space, and immediately after, the crystal ball attacked him. This was the 87th attack. At this moment, Kong Shinmu really had no way to use the Sun shadow flowing cloud flash in succession. He could only watch helplessly as the arrows landed on his body. The power of these arrows still had considerable lethality. If his strength was slightly weaker, he might even be directly pierced through. But at that moment, Kong Shinmu directly stimulated the guardian stance and easily blocked the attack of these arrows. His whole body was splashed with blood, but not much blood. Those arrows only shattered some of his dragon scales. If he wanted to recover, he could quickly recover. It was not too serious an injury. On the 87th attack, Kong Shinmu failed to dodge and was hit by the countless sword servants. This was the first point he was deducted. But immediately after, he felt that he had almost recovered. When the next attack came, he once again used the Sun shadow flowing cloud flash and hid in the strange space. In this strange space, he was absolutely safe. No matter what kind of power, it would not be able to pass through. Unfortunately, after 3 breaths, Kong Shinmu once again fell out of the strange space. This strange space could not last for long, and creating it consumed a lot of power. Kong Shinmu could only try to swallow the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, transforming it into swallowing energy. This way, his strength would recover a little. Unfortunately, this recovery rate was not great. He also had no way of swallowing the surrounding energy of the arrows. In truth, he should be able to do so, but he would not do so because that would be the same as cheating. What if the 5 extremes Dark Ice Holy Land counted him as a failure? Therefore, Kong Shinmu did not want to cheat. But he still did not give up on the thought of obtaining 95 points. This was a chance. The difference between a 5th-grade disciple and a 4th-grade disciple was not small. Once he became a 5th-grade disciple, he would enjoy even more rich rewards. After he barely managed to recover his strength, he was once again hit by countless arrows. Sun Shadow Flowing Cloud Flash. Strange Space. Create. Just like that, Kong Shinmu created a strange space to avoid the first wave of attacks. Then, the strange space collapsed. Unable to create another strange space for the next wave, he could only be hit by the arrows and rely on his body to block them. This scene was also very shocking, but Kong Shinmu's current method was even more shocking. Kong Shinmu actually relied on his own strength to directly dodge the 95th attack, and it was in that strange space. At this time, Kong Shinmu used the strange space to attack again and again, dodging each attack. Therefore, he was hit a total of 5 times. Next, he could not be hit again. According to his current pace, the highest score he could obtain was 92 points. He could not be promoted to a 5th-grade disciple. However, immediately after that, Jiang Shenwu's mind suddenly had a lot of enlightenment. This wave of enlightenment came from the alternate dimensions that he had repeatedly created. This directly increased the grade of his inheritance of the power of the void. Moreover, it gave Kong Shinmu a great improvement in the creation of the strange space. Most importantly, Kong Shinmu took out the Heaven Oasis Immortal Disc and planned to use it. He could take out the Heaven Oasis Immortal Disc from Su Sun Luo and use it. It should be known that this kind of void energy weapon was not only used by the void human tribe. As long as one had a comprehension of the power of the void and was proficient in spatial techniques, they could use a void energy weapon. Chapter 4694. With the appearance of the Heavenly Oasis Immortal Disc, Kong Shinmu's perception of the surrounding void power was raised to another level. The Wind Shadow Flowing Cloud Flash was not likely to be improved in a short period of time. However, with the support of the Heavenly Oasis Immortal Disc, Kong Shinmu was able to create another alternate space. The appearance of this alternate space could last for tens of breaths of time. Kong Shinmu could hide in it and wait for the attacks to end. The reason why he did not use this technique earlier was because he was afraid that the alternate space would restrict him from using it. However, he did not feel restricted after trying a few times. Hence, he could use the enhanced alternate space and hide in it with the Wind Shadow Flowing Cloud Flash. In this way, he could still guarantee that he would score above 95 points. When the alternate space appeared, Kong Shinmu flew into it with the Heavenly Oasis Immortal Disc. Immediately after, countless light arrows shot towards the alternate space. Previously, the light arrows would be absorbed by the alternate space, which was equivalent to flying into the void. However, this time, Kong Shinmu realized that something was different. These arrow lights actually penetrated through the entrance of the alternate dimension. Moreover, this time, each crystal ball actually released hundreds of arrows. This scene gave Kong Shinmu a huge shock. How could the last 5 attacks be so terrifying? Even the alternate space could follow them in. A total of tens of thousands of arrows swept towards Kong Shinmu in the alternate space like a torrential downpour. This alternate space was a very small area. There was no way that Kang Xinmu could avoid it. Furthermore, if he was hit by tens of thousands of arrows, even with Kang Xinmu's current defensive strength, he would be severely injured. This was because there were too many arrows. The young elders who were watching the battle from the outside could not see the situation in the alternate space, but they could guess. When they saw the tens of thousands of arrows shooting into the alternate dimension, their taut hearts finally relaxed. Fortunately, this kid will definitely not be able to avoid the last 5 attacks. If he really dodges these 5 attacks, won't he get 95 points? This crystal arrow level has reached 95 points. The last time it appeared was Emperor Shi from more than 100 years ago. However, if this kid had used that phantom weapon right from the start, he wouldn't have been hit on the 90th to 95th attack, and his points would have been deducted. Yeah, this kid doesn't know the rules. Otherwise, he would have only been hit by the last 5 attacks. That way, he would have gotten 95 points. The 5 little elders chatted and laughed. First of all, 90 points was already shocking enough. This was the most difficult level of the Sacred Tower, and it wasn't just in the 5 extreme Black Ice Holy Land. The other Holy Lands also had such a level, and it was called the Crystal Arrow level. In the other Holy Lands, there were also very few people who could reach 95 points. Once a dragon warrior could score 95 points, it meant that the dragon warrior's ability to see the big picture and react on the spot was extremely strong. It was enough for him to be the leader of the Holy Land of the Dragon God world. Of course, this was under the condition that they were not clear about the rules. If they were clear about the rules, then there were still many people who could reach 95 points. But under the condition that they were not clear about the rules, it was already extremely difficult for a youth like Kang Xinmu to reach 60 points, let alone 95 points. So in the eyes of these 5 little elders, Kang Xinmu being able to score 90 points was already quite outstanding. Unfortunately, he did not reach 95 points. According to the rules, Kang Xinmu could not be made an exception to become a 5th-grade disciple. Even if they had arranged for Kang Xinmu to go through the most difficult level of this Crystal Arrow level, not reaching 95 points meant that he did not reach it. The rules could not be broken. Let's go and welcome this kid. The 5 little elders looked at each other and smiled. Their figures disappeared from that secret chamber. When they reappeared, they were already outside the door that Kang Xinmu was in. Soon, the door opened. Kang Xinmu removed his divine dragon form, and his black-robed figure slowly flew out. The moment he came out, he saw the 5 little old men, and he could feel the extremely powerful aura from them. Although they did not have supreme inherited blood essence, these 5 people were probably the top existences among the super-divine dragons. Who were these 5 people? Kang Xinmu was stunned for a moment. He did not know the identity of these 5 people. Young friend Kang Xinmu, congratulations. This time, you have reached 90 points in the Crystal Arrow level. You are completely qualified to become a disciple of our 5 extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. This old man is the little elder of the 5 extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land, Elder Qian Jin. Young friend, why don't you acknowledge this old man as your master? One of the old men wearing a golden robe immediately said, his eyes lighting up. Old Jin, get lost. An old man wearing a purple robe pushed the old man away and came in front of Kang Xinmu. He looked at him with a burning gaze and said, young friend, this old man is Elder Zhenlei. Why don't you acknowledge this old man as your master? My granddaughter is 18 years old now, and she has no one in her heart. Following that, the remaining 3 old men also blew their beards and glared at him, causing Kang Xinmu to be dumbfounded. What was going on? And, Kang Xinmu coughed and took out the challenge token. He showed it to the 5 little elders and said, elders and seniors, this junior did not just obtain 90 points, but 95 points. What? The 5 little elders were instantly shocked, and they did not dare to believe it. But when they looked at the challenge token in Kang Xinmu's hand, and saw the ancient words, 95, on it, their expressions changed drastically. This is impossible. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. 95 points? How was this possible? Didn't this mean that this kid's ability and talent were comparable to Emperor Shi's? One had to know that Emperor Shi was one of the strongest people in the Holy Land of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice. In other words, in the future, Kang Xinmu would become another super strong person in the Holy Land of Five Extremes Mysterious Ice? Unbelievable. Originally, they were only slightly looking forward to the kid who could kill Su San Luo, but now it seemed that this kid's talent was even more terrifying than they had expected. So what if he killed Su San Luo? With Emperor Shi's talent in the past, killing someone at the level of Su San Luo was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. So, when Kang Xinmu killed Su San Luo, it was probably nothing, right? They had heard that when this kid killed Su San Luo, who was at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, he was only at the 3rd level of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. What a super genius! However, the 5 little elders could not figure out how Kang Xinmu had avoided the last 5 attacks.